Oh, I forgot to close the window. Uh-oh. Anyway. Wow. Oops, why am I angry? Yippee. Also, why is Nightbot not nightbotting? Nightbot? Nightbot? Oh wait, no, it isn't Nightbot, it's Seribot, I forget. Nightbot is a different one. Nightbot? 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 Not Nightbot, Seribot! Seribot! What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? Anyway, hi, hello, good morning, welcome. Hi, Arson, welcome, Carson first. And hi, hi, Sever. Congrats on second. Did you seriously? Don't mind the username. You realize, like, if you change your username, you're gonna have to wait like 5 months in order to be able to. Okay, maybe not 5 months, but like you have to wait like a month or two in order to change it back. You're stuck like that now. Also, hi Link, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Hold on, let me close the window real quick. Forgot to close it before I started. But yo, could we get like a can we get like a little can we get a little shout out for Ninja Link real quick? Thank you, Nightbot. Thank you, Nightbot. I don't know what's wrong with Seribot today. Maybe woke up a little late. But hi, hello, good morning, welcome. Hi everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Oops. Today, we're gonna have another little yap session about Marble Bibles. Move over here. Is he? Can I actually mute the game for you guys? I can do that. That's a hi, Mr. Ferg. That's in from the Fergie news station. Mr. Ferg is the mighty pocket Ferg. He should be feared, and if you see him, call the authorities before he sneaks into pockets and doesn't pay rent. Noted. Also kiss. Like, yeah, like one of those parrots. They go, give me a kiss. You know what I'm saying. This is a weird batch of characters. I don't know how much I'll have to say today. But we can start with Rocket. This little creature. Look at him. That's Rocket, all right. I don't like it when they give him like a human body with a raccoon head. I don't know, it feels weird to me. I don't like it when they make him so humanoid. I don't really know what to say. Oh my god, I need to lock the fuck in. I need to lock the fuck in. I want to get through most of the characters today, so I have to lock the fuck in. I gotta be quick, I gotta be concise. So Rocket. It's clear that the vibe they're going for, which isn't necessarily a vibe I agree with for Rocket as a character, is kind of like the pop culture like idea of what Rocket is. This little fucking super aggro like gremlin guy who's like, big gun, big jetpacks, he scurries around and such. It's kind of the vibe they're going for, and they're honestly pulling it off really well. He's got a lot of like punk aesthetics going on. Got a lot of chains and he's got some like belts around his arm and on his legs. Very spiky. He has a spiky mohawk. Even his fur is like extremely spiky. Like his entire face like points upwards. It's very much giving like almost giving punk a little bit. It's a lot of spikes. Even on his knees, he has spikes. Like it's clear like what vibe they're going for. They're going for like the little gremlin guy that's like with the big gun It scurries around, laughing maniacally, like yee. And for that, they do pull it off pretty well. I would say that the colors are a little bit incongruent to that. At least the blue. The blue feels a little bit... You know, the orange is fine, but the blue, you know, blue as a color often, you know, represents like calmness and stability and such things. So I feel like the choice of making him blue kind of goes a little bit against that. You can even tell that only one knee has spikes. It's a very asymmetrical design in some aspects. Even though the suit itself is very much symmetrical, he has like a canister on this side of the belt. He's got a chain here. Only one knee pad has spikes on it. Only one shoulder has spikes on it. That's a good that's good. That's good balance. Because there's spikes here and then spikes here. Very nice, like diagonal symmetry. Again, it's not really what I would do for Rocket. Because I know the character better. I know that he's more than just fucking small gremlin with big gun. There's a lot more to him than that. But in the same way that I think that Rival's version of Moon Knight had a pretty good design, just because they had a vision for him and they went all in on it. I think this is also like good. They clearly knew what they wanted to do with Rocket, and they went in with it. Gave him the red eyes. They give him a big ass tail. But like they want to go a little bit punk with it, very sharp. But then like the rockets on his back are like very round. His armor is like very rounded. It's not very sharp. And it's very bright. It's very bright blue. I feel like it should have been a little bit desaturated, a little bit dirty. It's a little bit dirty, like down at the legs. But it definitely is not dirty enough. But that's just kind of a thing with like video game designs. It's a problem with like Overwatch. It's a problem with other games. None come to mind at the moment. But a lot of character designs are really scared of like making things look dirty. They want to present things like very pristine, very proper. Even if it would benefit the character to show a bunch of gunk and grime and dirt all over, video games don't really tend to do that often. Not that I know of, at least. Not like the big IPs. But you know, that's not a problem with Rocket. That's just a problem with the modern character design in general. Not gonna hold it against him. I do love the big gun, the big rail gun. It looks like a very alien gun, like it's supposed to. The fact that it has the little rockets on it in order to, you know, properly hold it up. It's very nice. It even has spikes on it. And the big old tail is like the size of his entire body. You know, gotta say, Rocket is a pretty great design. I do have one issue, though, with Rocket's designs. Because, like, in his default, he has these red eyes. Right? In the default, he has these red eyes. Not many of his alternate skins go with them. Like, it makes sense for the symbiote to not have them, because it's a symbiote skin. You gotta give him the symbiote eyes. But then, like, the Guardians of the Galaxy skin gives him human eyes, which again, for since it's based on the movie where he has human eyes, it makes sense. But it feels like every other of his alts also have the human eyes for literally no reason. Like, this is supposed to be Rival's Rocket, but like in a fucking different outfit. Why did you give him human eyes? The recent panda skin too. Why did you give him humanoid eyes? It kind of takes away a little bit of the charm of Rocket Raccoon. You know what I mean? Not all of his skins do it though. This one has the red eyes. Then again, this was a very recent skin for him, so like... You know, this is a problem with a lot of the skins in Rivals that I've been noticing, and you know, if I tell it to you, you're gonna notice it too. There are certain design aspects that the devs like hold on to and like never let go of. It isn't just in like the skin designs, but also in like the lore and stuff. There are certain things that when they're established, the devs really like them and they don't innovate beyond it. Like fucking giving Rocket human eyes. And how all of Emma's skins look exactly the same. It's unfortunate in my opinion, but I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles. Anyway, MVP. I mean, it's not my Rocket, but again, for the idea that they're going for, yeah, he flies in, he shoots his gun like a maniac, and then he flies off. Then he flies off with his fucking gun dangling on behind him. Like, yeah, that's giving gun gremlin. I get it. I get it. He is sitting emote. So silly. The way he's kicking his little feet like a little kid. Again, it's a little bit of that small gremlin energy. This doesn't feel like Rocket. This doesn't feel like Rocket Raccoon. This is giving way too much like small gremlin energy. I don't like it, but I gotta respect that it's one of the rare times where NetEase do have a vision and they're going with it. They're going for it. But you know, I do gotta deduct some points because like they could have done something more spiky with the rockets. They look so round compared to the rest of the design being so sharp. And also the blue kind of is a little bit weird. Not in the sense that it looks bad, but it's like it doesn't really fit the vibe in the same way. They could have at least gone for a different shade of blue, in my opinion. Or had some black in the design to break it up. But yeah. We put Rocket in... You know what? I want to put him in... in B. I think if it's well in B. Let's feel like Rocket was supposed to be a flyer, not gonna lie. No, I disagree. I disagree. He does not feel like he'd be a flyer, even design-wise. Oh, I forgot to... I had this open. I forgot to go here. How about we yap a little bit about how Rocket usually looks like? Way in the beginning. In like the 70s. Here's a better look, even though this is a more modern comic. This is what he used to look like way back when. Back when he was Ranger Rocket from the planet Half-World. This is him in the 2000s from the when he was recruited to join the Guardians. This is probably my favorite look he's ever had because he's very like actually raccoon-like in a way. They don't give him like a humanoid body. They just they give him very like raccoon-like proportions. It's really only his hands that are kind of raccoon-like. Oh my god, look at this little goober. Look at this goober. Look at this goober in his funny little spacesuit. Hello, Nix's Fun House. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. See, even though I hate this outfit for him, this would have fit so much better than the blue that they give him in Rivals. I much more prefer when he looks... Funnily enough, I like it when he wears blue. That's just a picture of Dr. Doom. I mean, I know the context. I know that it's Rocket Raccoon's mind in there, but it's still so weird that on Rocket Raccoon's gallery, there's just a picture of Dr. Doom. That's really funny. I hope we get a skin of him at some point where he's wearing a suit like this. That would be so cool. Also, I want this outfit. I want this Star-Lord outfit. I want the 20... When was this? This was 2020. This was the 2020 run. Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 7. January 2020. Yep. But yeah, that's Rocket. He's a B. I feel like when I'm done with all these, I'm gonna have to reshuffle some things. Because now looking at it all together, I'm like, do I fully agree with this? But we'll see. Now let's go to Rogue. Hold on, let me put on my skins again. I don't know if I'll have much to talk about with Rogue, though. I am, you know, famously not an X-Men fan. I don't know too much about her. I know that she used to be a villain. She has the power of like energy absorption or something like that, so she can't really touch people. She had a terrible event with Carol Danvers at some point, which left Carol traumatized and very distrusting of Rogue. But I think that that event is the reason why Rogue just has like basic, super strength and durability and all that just by default. But other than that, I don't know too much about Rogue. But from what I can tell, this is a very faithful adaptation of what she usually looks like in the comics. She is definitely a tank, but just by looking at her, you can tell that she's a tank. She has shoulders are a bit wide, she's got the thick thighs, and the fact that she's wearing such a skin tight suit, you can see all the like muscle definition. You can see like how it's almost like carved out of rock. It's a little weird that she's got the boob socks. They kind of okay. They don't necessarily curve around the boob. Now that I look at it, but it's definitely very like form fitting. Damn. Let's Rogue. Anna Marie LeBeau. See, that's pretty much exactly what she looks like. So she's had a few different look. Yeah, quite a few different outfits. But I guess the classic is something like this. I guess like this is the best one to go off of. Something like this. Oh, I actually kind of prefer this over what it looks like in Rivals. I mean, it is pretty much the same. It's the suit with the green and the yellow. Got boots and it's got a jacket, but like here the jacket is like short. So you see her arms and she has gloves on, which is like a kind of important part of her character as far as I'm aware. Still has the boots, but like here they're different boots. I do like that change. That change I do like. Puts a little bit more of that brown in her design by making the belt and the boots also this leather. Even though you could argue that it makes the jacket stand out less. I kind of like the idea that it's not part of her uniform. It's just something she slapped on. And I kind of would have loved if it looked a little bit out of place, like incongruent to the rest of her design, kind of like Gambit. Like how Gambit's like trench coat. We can go back to Gambit. One moment first. If we can go back to Gambit, where is he? There he is. how like his suit underneath is very much like it's black with pink and silver, very almost spyware, and then on top of that he wears this like very desaturated like trench coat. It almost looked like it looks like it's not part of the rest of the outfit, but like that's what kind of makes it work, right? It would have looked generic if it was like this, if it was made to fit in with the rest of it. Kind of makes me wish that that's kind of what they did with Rogue and her jacket. But instead they went the opposite route and made it look more oh, I need to sneeze. They made it look more like what's the word? Adapted is not the word I'm looking for. Incorporated into the design. That's it. I almost wish they didn't do that. I wish they had kept the jacket as like this thing that she wears on top of her suit, and the rest of it is just normal. But I do like the boots and the belt. The belts are just sort of hanging there in like an X shape, obviously. And the big old combat boots, making her look like she's ready to fight. Very tank-like. Very, very tank-like. X patches. I like the X on the back. I'm sure it's in the comics as well, so that's why they did it. But it's again the thing of like, you're gonna be looking at her from the back. You gotta have something to look at, even though her hair is very much covering it. Hair is very curly. I really like the curliness of the hair. It makes her it gives her the vibe of like she's her hair's a little bit wild, because like she's a little bit wild and chaotic. Because like her powers are considered somewhat dangerous. Again, I'm not an X-Men fan. I don't know all the ins and outs of Rogue. But that's as far as I know, you know? Kind of give her some sort of choker. I mean, it looks like it's part of her suit. It's not actually a choker. But it's that black leather. They also use for her weird non-gloves. It's a little bit weird that they did that. They didn't give her gloves. That's kind of a very important part of her. I guess it's to show that this version of Rogue has better control of her abilities. Like she can like touch people without causing issues. Who knows? I find it interesting that they made Gambit's hair more like red and made Rogue's hair less red. I'm not making that up, right? No, she definitely has more reddish hair in the comics. Meanwhile, Gambit usually has brown hair. So they kind of switched that around. That's interesting. That's fun. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird, random thing to do, but I think it's kind of fun. I think it's kind of fun, especially since I think the red hair works so well for Gambit, but I also think it works very well for Rogue, especially when she has that brown jacket. It kind of, when you look at her from behind, it kind of all like melds together, and I don't like that. I feel like her hair should stand out a bit more from the jacket. Big old hoop earrings, really making her look like this very like mature, like southern belle. I like that. But she got no gloves, makes me see her kind of like ready for the fight, you know? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that perspective. But I also just think it's I feel like this in particular, this wherever this is from is what I would have done, like with the rolled up sleeves on the jacket and then exposed arms with like gloves on. That's what I would have done if I wanted to have her like battle ready. You know? She's got the green and the yellow like she usually has. Like, it's so hard to talk about color theory with these characters. Cause like, yeah, like you can tell a lot from a character by the colors, but like they had these colors in the comics. Like, I could talk about how green represents nature. It represents calm. It represents whatever. But like, that doesn't really tell you anything about Rogue because she just kind of wears it. Like, look at the way she moves. She's got a little bit of springiness to her movement. You'd think someone as energetic as this would be more associated with warm colors, like some red or some orange. But no, she's got green because she's green in the comics. He definitely gave her a very tanky build. I think she might be the tankiest build no, Angela is just as tanky looking, but like, look at her torso. Her torso is like so wide. You can really tell like she's ready to fight. She means business. Got strong combat boots, flat on the ground. Wide stance. Fists clenched. Man, I really wish she had like rolled up her sleeves and had exposed arms. That would have done so much to more show how she's, you know, ready for the battle. But also, when you look at her face, it's like she looks approachable. She looks sweet. She looks kind. I don't know. I don't have that much to say about her design, honestly. She's just kind of a little bit boring to me. It's so they went with going so faithful to the comic that I don't know. I don't have that much to say. We do have her Savage Land outfit, which, you know, holy. I don't usually talk about skins, so I'm not gonna sit here for too long. But I do gotta admit, I really like the kind of illusion they did here. Like, she is wearing underwear under here. it's very clear when you look at it from the back that she is wearing like some sort of underwear, but the way that the underwear is like shaped, when you look at her from the front, it's like you can't tell that she's wearing underwear underneath. And it's kind of, giving the vibe that she isn't. It's just torn. That's a very nice way to get around like the censors, you know? And even when like her suit is torn, it still wraps around. Still wraps around her chest. Jesus. I also like the bones here forming an X. That's really cool. Anyway, check her MVP. Okay, so she runs. She winks at the camera, which is amazing, and then she just uses her weird nondescript Chronovium powers and does a little jump. I would have loved to see her jump. She does the run, she does the wink, but then she does it like a jump and like a smash down at the ground using some of her powers, and then like just does a little jump. With maybe instead of like doing the one hand in the air and one hand just daintily like hanging there, that she did more of like this kind of pose, like she does here. I feel like that would have been better at showing a little bit more of her her power as like a tank. Because this is kind of giving support. This entire MVP is kind of giving support. Even the fact that her powers are represented as yellow in this game is a very like support type thing. It's like the yellow is a color often symbolizing like purity and like healing and, you know, light, things that are good. I don't know what else they could have, what other color they could have used, because her other primary color is green, which is also associated with healing and good things. I think red would have maybe looked a little bit incongruent. Maybe an orange would have worked better, actually. Almost looked like fire. Anyway, sitting. She is sitting. She's sitting, very much in a, like, sexy kind of stance. It's kind of like a, yeah, I'm hot and I know it kind of vibe. But still very much casual, very much like sweet. Yeah, she's pretty good. She's pretty good. Fair enough to talk about skins. Most of them are just cosmetic. Pretty sure Junktron is the only relevant skin, I think. I mean, I would have done it if there weren't so many skins, you know? Anyway, Anna Marie LeBeau, you get a B. You get a B. You get a very low B. You passed the test. You're just a little bit boring. Yeah, I definitely have to reorder this because like these are characters that like are good designs technically. They succeed at what they're trying to do, but they just don't have that sauce. These are the designs that do have that sauce. I feel like I should make C like the designs that are just sort of boring, you know? Like, yeah, they technically like succeed at what they're trying to do, but they don't do anything interesting with it, you know? And then D goes for the characters that genuinely like I have no idea why you would design the character like this. So like Phoenix would go down here, Cloak and Dagger would go down here. Rogue would go down here. Adam actually would go down here. I think Penny would also go down here. Where's Penny in the list? Yeah, I think this is a better ranking, actually. Anyway, time to go to the next one. Before that, let me. Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff. Now, she's interesting. She genuinely has a lot going on in her design. She is very red, for one. Red being a very, very dangerous color, you know? It represents danger, but it also represents love and passion and all that. It's interesting, isn't it? She was just kind of, when she debuted, she was just kind of a minor character. They just named her Scarlet Witch in order to give her a name. But then as, you know, the character became more popular and she was in more stuff, like, she's come to represent a lot of the things that, like, the color red is represented by. She's been evil and dangerous. She's been loving and compassionate. She's always been wild and fiery. She is the Scarlet Witch in every like conceivable way. She is the color red as a person. It's cool to see that she has so many shades of red too. Not too many shades of red. She has these bright red parts like here to like focus at like her head and like chest area, and then rest is more of a muted like maroon color. with a little bit of black in some places to like break up all the red. She also has a lot of belts. A lot of belts, like, completely wrapping around her. You can see the belts here wrapping around her. They form kind of an X, too, because she's, well, she's mutant adjacent. Her history as a mutant is a little bit complicated, both her and her brother. But it's still cool to see them pay homage to that with, like, X over her chest. There's, like, X, like, crisscross patterns on her arms. These belts going crisscross patterns. Over her legs are crisscross patterns. The belts also help to show, like, she's constrained, right? The belts are, like, wrapping around her, almost like a straitjacket. They're containing just the sheer power of the Scarlet Witch, right? Because, like, she uses chaos magic. She is very powerful and very dangerous. She has to be very much in control all the time, or else things will go terribly wrong. And that is perfectly shown in, like, the belts. Like, you can see on her legs here wrapping around. On her arms, they're sort of wrapping around. On her waist. Even's got this, like, almost corset type thing around her waist. Even, like, the choker and, like, the straps around her top kind of show, like, restraint in her design. But then you go to her hair, which is all wild and flowy and, like, out of control. I feel like they could have done more extreme with that. I feel like Angela has a lot wilder hair, but, like, the fact that it's so curly and it's just so big, it shows that, like, even though she has everything, like, under control, she's still very much dangerous and wild inside. Also, her eyes being yellow as opposed to being red. I don't know how I feel about that, because it's like red eyes are always striking in a character design. At least I find that. Probably because it's such a bright, vibrant color. But I feel like in this case, because there's so much red, having red eyes would have looked a little bit... wouldn't have been as notable. So the fact that they're yellow, it's like... it's meant to be the same thing of having, like, very striking eyes. But I feel like it's too much of a muted light yellow. It's not bright enough. It's not striking enough. Not sure how I feel about her crown. Because, like, you can tell that it's supposed to make like the shape of her usual crown that you see in, like, her symbol here. And it, like, extends back, which I really like, making, like, a proper, like, crown shape with the several spikes. But, like, I feel like it doesn't wrap around her face enough. It doesn't go down enough on her face. Juan and Pietro will always be Max's kids in my heart. What is the status of that currently? I'm not sure. I just know that they tend to flip-flop on it. So just the sheer amount of angles also goes to show how dangerous she is. Like, look how spiky her design is. Look how many triangles and triangular shape Her crown is sharp. She's got triangle earrings. These sharp shoulder pads. Of course, the like crisscross and X patterns all over her design help give angles. These weird angular things here. More triangular like buckles. Her coat is sharp. She's got pointy shoes. The entirety of her coat is just spikes, 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 spikes hanging down. It's a very angular design. It is genuinely like really good. I feel like her nails aren't long enough. I feel like, yeah, her nails are cut flat. I feel like her nails should have been sharp as well. Apparently, I believe they're not, but give it a year or two and they'll be his bio kids again. There. Like, I'm not even a huge Scarlet Witch fan, and I think like this has to be one of the best designs in Rivals. It just does everything right. And on top of that, the design is still very much appealing. The only thing I think is a little bit weird is this collar. Like, don't get me wrong, I love collars like this. I draw collars like this on a lot of my character designs, but like it's a thing of like, for the character, does it work? And I think it's weird. It looks weird on her. Cause like otherwise she's like very sharp, very sleek, and then there's just this little bulky collar around her neck. I feel like if they had removed that, it would have looked a lot cleaner. Yeah, that's a little weird. But otherwise, I almost want to give it an 8 here. I feel like it does so many things right that, like... I feel like her hair isn't bright enough, you know? That might be something. I mean, it helps frame her face, right? Because like her hair is darker than like her skin tone, so it helps frame her face. If it was like a bright orange or red, it was just kind of blend in. So I understand why it's like that, but I feel like giving it like sort of like a magical aura about it would look cool. Doesn't one of her skins do that? Yeah. Like this. Exactly what I had in mind. Something like this would have been perfect. Or even this. This is even crazier. I just wanted to look at this skin because I like it. I like her classic outfit. But yeah, like genuinely a really good design for Scarlet Witch. I'm not even that invested in the character. It does feel very much influenced by the MCU, not gonna lie. Specifically, like, the look she had in, like, Age of Ultron before, you know, WandaVision. Which, this is the closest thing we have to that in this game. Where it's like, they were too scared to make her the actual Scarlet Witch, so she's just kind of wears pants and boots with like a red coat on top. It feels a little bit like that, as opposed to like something like this. But then again, I'm not too familiar with her in the comics, so let's actually check that out real quick. Scarlet Witch. Okay. Wanda Maximoff for 616. Talking on heaven's door. Like, that's her classic outfit. Namor. But like, how often does she look like that today? Yeah, this looks like that's what I was expecting. This is sort of the look that she tends to have these days. Kind of a mix between like a superhero suit and like a little bit of a like a witch's robe. With a little bit of high fashion thrown in for good measure, you know? But it's very flowy, which, you know, flowiness does help to could, because like character design is subjective. Different design aspects mean different things depending on its context. But like in the context of Scarlet Witch, flowing fabric like that could help to, you know, show like chaos, because like it moves in all different direction. It moves and flows in different directions and all that. Oh yeah, I forgot that she's become very much a cosmic adjacent character in recent years. Hey, Carol. She's like the avatar of like eternity. Well, a specific incarnation of eternity, but yeah, definitely not the same. This is definitely giving more like MCU Wanda. It's not as flowy. But I don't hate it. I think it works. Although it's not really giving, as far as I'm aware, right? Ah, I swear the lore said that she's specifically the Sorceress Supreme of her reality. And this is really giving Sorceress Supreme. But yeah, pretty good design. I just yapped through the ads because I don't know when the ads are playing because Seribot is, I guess, on vacation today. Anyway, yeah, Scarlet Witch definitely like an A tier maybe. Yeah, I'll put her in A tier. Considering everyone else that's in A tier, I think, yeah, I gotta. She ticks all the boxes of being an A tier design. In my opinion, of course. No, you don't have to agree. Let me go back to my preferred skin. Oh, I just realized like she has got like diamond like patterns on her. Oh, that's really cool. Very crystalline. That's really cool. I like that. Anyway, Spider-Man, 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 Spider-Man. Yep, that's Spider-Man, all right. I don't know what to, I don't know what to say. It's Spider-Man. Actually, before we talk about Spider-Man, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So just listen to the music, and I'll be right back, and then we can talk about Spider-Man. Wow. All right. So Spider-Man, Spider-Man FDR. I don't care if his design is good. Fuck Spider-Man. Or maybe I should say slash JJJ. Get it, Spider-Hey, Jonah. I'll say myself. I mean, it's a Spider-Man suit. I don't really have much to say about it. I guess I could. This is probably the best time to talk about the idea of over design, right? Hold on. I just realized I didn't. One moment. I just realized I didn't. I didn't look at these. I mean, that's a pretty average sitting. She's sitting very casually, a little spread open, a little sassy with it. But that fits Wanda, I think. Anyway, MVP. It's an average. VIP. She uses some magic. VIP MVP. And then the big old circle under her, and then she swoosh uses her powers. A lot of movement. Oh, here her eyes are red. I guess it's to show that she's using her powers. That makes sense, actually. But yeah, I was right. That's a lot more striking with the red eyes. I mean, it's a little bit boring, but like, what else would you do? Like, this, for example. That one actually is pretty cool. The final frame isn't as great, but you know. Anyway, Spider-Man. Going to Spider-Man. He is Spider-Man. But no, this is a good point to talk about the thing that modern superhero design always does. The excessive paneling and over designing. This isn't the worst of Spider-Man suits, but there are definitely some aspects of it that are a little bit like, why would you do this? There are definitely other characters in this game that have that issue. The Fantastic Four, for example. Like, take the black, for example, on his suit. Like, I kind of do like how the black of the, like, his spider legs, the legs of the symbol kind of wrap around to form like these black lines around to separate the blue and the red. I kind of like that. But then it just kind of wraps around to the back spider logo and then gives it a weird border. And then there's these other random black lines here that then, you know, make these random black squares on his back. And then the underside of his arms are black and they wrap around weirdly. Because on this side they wrap around to do like the same sort of shape that he has on his shoulder, which is cool. That actually looks good. But then if you see on like the other side, it just kind of, the black goes down here and then the red is just kind of, it just kind of stops here, which looks very awkward. And his hands are fucking weird. Do you see that? It's hard to see, but like his hands are fucking weird. Cause like it's almost as if like the entire like this part of his arm is supposed to, it's almost as if the entire this part of his arm is supposed to be like red with webbings, because you can see that even his palms have the webbing, and then he just put a weird like blue fingerless glove on top of that for some reason. That is really weird. That is really weird to me. His legs aren't as egregious. It has, you know, some black on like the knee part, which I think is fine. And then some random black line, which sure looks weird, but kind of works. But then the rest of his leg is just the red. And then he has some soles with some stylized spider logo on it, which I actually kind of like. Ooh, I was about to actually compliment some of the weird lines on on his suit because they look almost more like seam lines than anything. But now that I take a closer look, these are not seam lines at all. This is not how you would sew this. Yeah, like why would you? Yeah, no, never mind. That's just a little bit weird. I do like the dotted like pattern on the blue parts. It makes it look like some, sporty, breathable material as opposed to the red, which is very much like a clean material. I like his build too. He isn't as bulky as other people. He's still muscular. You can still see like the muscle definition. But he's built a little bit more lean than the others. He's very slender, which makes sense for such an athletic character. It kind of makes me want them. Makes me wish they had made his neck a little bit longer. Because like if you look at him head on, you can barely see his neck because of his trapeze muscles. I think that's what these are called. I'm not sure. Maybe the trapeze muscles are something else. But like these muscles here kind of don't give him enough of a neck. I feel like they should have extended his neck a little bit. Because if you look at him at the side, now that looks better. That looks a little bit more like a slender athletic guy. But then you look at him at the front, and these muscles kind of get in the way of that. Even from the back, it looks a little bit better because you don't see the chin like disrupting the flow of the neck like you see in the front. Maybe if they had just exaggerated his neck a little bit more, just a little bit more. Sure, it would have looked weird from the side, but from the front, it would have made him look a lot cleaner. Hi, Sunday. Friends of 420th, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Have a good lurk. Can't say I love the spider logos. They look very angular. Again, I kind of do like how the spider legs wrap around here, but it's kind of that idea is kind of squandered by like the rest of his design not really doing that. You can tell they tried to do it here, but like they fucked it up with having the black under here. I don't even hate it. I don't even hate it. I feel like they should have just extended the red a little bit more. Maybe like at the shoulder. No, that's not a shoulder, that's an elbow. At the elbow, the red should have wrapped all the way up there. And then you could have like a patch of black just to break it up a little bit. I don't even mind these black lines, honestly. Because they kind of frame the chest a little bit more, which looks kind of clean. But then these random black squares on the back that don't really do anything, those have to go. The random black square on his fucking pants has to go. And instead have like a black line, just like on the shoulder here, have that to like break up the blue of the suit with the red. Kind of does that with these weird like knee things. It's kind of hard to see. You mean emo where you're just standing? Thank you. Yeah, these lines here feel a little bit weird. Feels like just breaking up the design for no reason. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the huge spider logo, but that's whatever. That's honestly whatever. When did I get this? Alright. These goggles are nice. I like how they're shaped. They're not very expressive, but that's just kind of what happens when the game is 3D like this. But, you know, they're nice. They're nice generic spider goggles. Again, I like the texture on the inside, the dotted texture. Looks real nice. But yeah, it's an average Spider-Man design. There's a few things I would have that I definitely dislike. But overall, it's a decent design. Little bit of a boring MVP. He just sort of just he's like see you later, and then he just jumps up and then fucking swip. I mean, it's a good final frame. That's a great final frame for a Spider-Man MVP. But the build-up is a little bit underwhelming. See, this one is a lot better. Showing him swinging and stuff. Even this one is a lot better, even though it's just, you know, based on the movie. Well, not really. He doesn't swing like that in the movie. He just kind of does the landing. He doesn't run on a building. But yeah, I feel like you should do a little bit of a swoosh kind of swing instead of just swinging directly upwards. I feel like you should do a little bit of a actual swing and do some flips. Kind of like he does in his when you hit his little intro when you click on him. Like that. Something like that. Anyway, sitting emote. That's very Spider-Man. Just sitting there, he's kind of bored. It's got that sort of playfulness to it. Yeah. Um Spider-Man, yeah, I think definitely a C tier. It's a little bit just boring. I don't have much else to say about Spider-Man. His design is just kind of a little bit boring. Anyway, who's next? Squirrel Girl. Hold on, let me grip that again. Squirrel Girl. Yippee! We love Squirrel Girl. The big old tail. I mean, what to say about Squirrel Girl that hasn't already been said? She's adorable. She's fucking cute. I mean, look at her. She's so cute. Where do I even start? Where do I even start? So, like, what's the appeal of Squirrel Girl, right? What has historically been Squirrel Girl's, like, thing? Well, Squirrel Girl was created in the 90s, right? I believe she was created by Steve Ditko, actually. But I might be wrong about that. I remember it was with one of the big names in Marvel Comics. But she was created essentially as like a meant to be like this silly, goofy character as a counter to all the like you know how Marvel Comics was in the 90s. It was all like it was all edge and it was all like big muscles and guns and like big leather trench coats and super dark and serious. And so one of them decided, you know what? I'm tired of this trend. I'm gonna make just a silly character whose whole thing is she controls squirrels. And initially it didn't really take off because it was just kind of a boring idea, and also her original design was not appealing at all. Hold on, let me go find it. Let me go find it. Doreen. Yeah, Squirrel Girl Prime Universe, please. Get ready for some nightmare fuel. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. But her thing was that she was very silly and goofy compared to the edge that was the 90s. And of course, she wasn't used that often, but she like returned in the Great Lakes Avengers because of course she did. That's kind of where all the parody Marvel characters go. And she got a little bit of a redesign. She looks a lot cuter here. But she's got more of like it's got a spandex suit with like a fur, like a leotard on top. Very much like a superhero suit rather than what she's known for today. Here's her beating the shit out of Thanos. With Watu just standing there like, holy shit! What the fuck? How did you do that? I'm the watcher. I watched this shit and yet I don't understand what just happened. Is she wearing Flatman as a scarf? She is wearing Flatman as a scarf. Or is that a scarf based off of Flatman? I mean, considering that's a beanie of Doorman, it probably is just a scarf based on him. When is it that she gets her leather jacket? That's in this series, right? With the kind of weird art style. I don't like the art style of this one, but this is like the series that redefined Squirrel Girl as a character.
Girl on Bendova just followed.
I'm not even gonna say that name out loud, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Also, welcome, Grandson69. But yeah, she got essentially the only thing that was added to her design that became like iconic is they give her a leather jacket, and now she's often like wearing a mix of like the leather jacket with the leotard that she's known for, even with big boots. But Rivals went a little bit more little bit of a more different route with it, making it a lot more of like a casual outfit than like a superhero suit. Really sort of grounding her. And, you know, I do get the appeal of it. I don't necessarily agree with the approach, you know? Because I think it removes a little bit of her character by doing it this way. But it definitely does go to, like, be the concept of, like, she's just kind of a normal girl in a superhero world. Like, it still has the tenets of her usual design. It's got the fur trim around her pants and her boots. Her her socks, her thigh-high socks are the same color as like the suit she usually has underneath. And like what is usually a leotard has been breaking up into like shorts with like just a regular like top. I don't know if that's like a t-shirt or if it's a tank top, but it's something. And of course, they kept her jacket, which is a very iconic part of her design these days. Except they gave it a little bit more detail. Like the acorn pattern on her sleeves, which looks really cool. Really, really nice. Give her some fingerless gloves. Also, high major kicks. I will stretch and hydrate. And pet the rock. But yeah, it's clear that what they're going for here is like kind of just like a friend, essentially, right? They just kind of want to make her this like very cute, kind of dorky, like regular normal girl. She just wears kind of normal girl clothes. She isn't particularly like skinny like the other characters. Like she's not really like she's not particularly like a big girl, right? She's just kind of average. It's kind of our perspective of her kind of is dependent on how all the other characters look, but like all the other characters are like insanely skinny compared to normal people. It's like Squirrel Girl is the only like normal person, but like it does help with like giving her like a rounder shape. That's the thing I can agree with. It definitely makes her look rounder. Because when everyone else is so skinny, it kind of gives, by default, gives them a little bit of a sharper look. If I can go to Luna, for example. The fact that she is that skinny kind of gives her a sharper look to her. Like, her legs almost look like knives because they're so thin. Her elbow has like a angle to it, her shoulders. Like, she's very angular. The skinniness gives her like a sharp look. Meanwhile, Squirrel Girl is very much like soft, more approachable, more friendly looking, right? Which is definitely accentuated with like all the fur on her, like on her boots, on her shorts, and her big fluffy tail. Even her face is like very round. She's very cute, very cute. I like her teeth. They clearly gave her like a little bit of like buck teeth without actually giving her like protruding like squirrel teeth like she often has in the comics. Not that it doesn't look cute in the comics, it's just that in Rivals it might be a little bit distracting. But like if you look when she opens her mouth, like they did still give her like prominent front teeth. And the way she like has this open smile, it makes them you know visible at all times, which is very like squirrel-like. And I think that's adorable. I think that's so cute. Not to mention like the acorn on her back, the acorn belt buckle. As I mentioned before, the pine cone pattern on her jacket. Really like definitely is giving super suit a little bit because it's very stylized to be like squirrel. Meanwhile, the rest of her outfit is kind of just like an average like girl's outfit. A very outdoorsy girl with the like big outdoorsy boots and the pouches on her. Oh yeah, this song has a bit of an intro. Let me skip. She got them boots with the fur. Absolutely. The pouches, the boots, the gloves. It does make her look very like outdoorsy. like she likes being outside in nature and, you know, playing around with the squirrels and the trees and stuff. But yeah, she's got very round shapes, very soft shapes. It goes a long way to show that she's like friendly and approachable and very much like down to earth, which is why I believe that they gave her a more average looking outfit rather than, you know, a super suit. Even though I think that the super suit is kind of an important part of her character, because even the way she was introduced in like an Iron Man issue, she came in like, "Hey, Iron Man, I'm Squirrel Girl. I'm your sidekick." Like kind of like Buddy from The Incredibles, but instead of like going on, instead of having a bad ending to that, she had a good ending where Tony was like, "You know what? You're not gonna be my sidekick, but like you're cool. Come by Avengers Tower someday." She's kind of aspirational in that way. She wants to be a hero. So I kind of feel like that it kind of goes a little bit against her character to not give her like her like traditional more like super suit, especially since I don't think any of her costumes actually have that. This is I guess no. I was gonna say this is probably the closest, but no, this is more like kind of maid outfit. Also the colors, like all the browns and the oranges. She has a very warm color scheme, but like not like bright and fiery and passionate, but more like warm, welcoming, and calming in a way. For example, let's go here to her alternate color, which gives her all these cooler colors. Like this is a different vibe, right? Like this is warm, which makes you think that she's, you know, it makes you think of, you know, being inside and just chilling, playing games with this cool friend you have. Meanwhile, this, it's like, oh, she's one of the bad girls. She's one of the cool girls that you can't. She's a lot less approachable. She's like one of the cool girls in class. She's got like a black jacket. You mean earthy? Yeah, earthy. That's the term I'm looking for. It's got a very earthy, warm and earthy color scheme. My one complaint about her design is the shape of her tail, mostly because I kind of prefer like a more squirrel-like tail. Like you see Tippy Toe's tail, where it curls. It has that like iconic squirrel curl to it, and it's like pointy at the end. Meanwhile, Doreen's tail is just kind of flops there. I know that this is probably more realistic to real squirrels and not cartoon squirrels, but she is a cartoon squirrel. So give her the little swirl at the end. It's iconic. Do any of her alt costumes have that? I don't think so. This is the closest, I think. Uh, uh, uh. But no, she's a great design. Even her slingshot looks like it's just like she just hobbled it together on the spot. With the way the string is attached. And Oh, she's got a little squirrel charm. I never noticed that. Oh, she's so. Oh, that's adorable. And it's pink and it's. Wait, is it Tippy Toe? Oh my god, it's totally meant to be Tippy Toe. Oh, it's adorable. Not to mention Tippy Toe. Oh my god. First of all, the fact that they made her a gray squirrel to make her stand out against the brown that squirrel girl has going on makes her stand out a lot more. And then giving her a little bow to show that it's clearly a pet and also like gives her some personality, makes her a little cuter. And then the little backpack just is like the cherry on top. Makes her seem like she's just as ready for adventure as Doreen is. Ah, it's so cute. I do feel the hair could have been a little bit different. It's very... I feel like it's not fluffy enough, you know? She's got so much fluffy and round shapes in her design, and then her hair is just kind of... It kind of just droops down and then curls out into a point. Like, something like this would have worked better. Not exactly like this. This is a little bit weird. I do like how her hair frames her face. This! Oh my god, this is actually so much better. Like, it's very similar hairstyle, but it's definitely giving a lot more of a fluffy look. That is so good. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, Squirrel Girl is definitely like a great design. I love Squirrel Girl. She's so cute. Look at our MVP. See, that's the kind of fucking post that I wish that Rogue's MVP ended with. The fucking you can do it post. But yeah, that's cute. That's cute. It's a little bit boring, but like it works for Squirrel Girl. She jumps and then the tippy toe like is there and runs towards her. There's a little lap around her shoulders, and then they strike a pose. Although I wish Tippy Toe struck a little bit more of a pose, like did a little jump from her head and then did a little whee instead of just sitting there. Like, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. But Doreen is cute with her smile. You can see her like buck teeth a little bit better here too. Does Tippy Toe do something more interesting here? Little bit, but not really what I'm looking for. I think in this one, Tippy Toe does a little jump. Yeah. Tippy Toe's not that expressive. I guess the model just isn't that expressive. I don't really love her sitting emote. I don't mind the way she's sitting. I like that she like has her hands out to hold Tippy Toe. It's her face, it's her expressions that are not right for me because she looks kind of too serious, right? Like Look at how she just stands normally. Look at her idle animation here, where she's just kind of, she's bobbing her head a little bit. She's tapping her foot. She's got that soft smile on her face. And then, oops, wrong. Then in her sitting emote, she's just kind of, she's got a less of a smile on her face. Her eyes are focused a little bit up. I don't know. She almost has a little bit of a sensual look in her eyes, and I don't think that works at all for her. I feel like she should be leaning back a little bit, fucking bobbing her head back and forth. Like she's just sort of vibing. But no, she's sitting here, she's looking dead front, looking down at Tippy Toe a little bit. Tippy Toe isn't doing anything. And she has her fucking, oh, her undershirt is clipping through her jacket. That's a little bit weird. She's got her back straight, like completely. Like, no, this isn't, no, Netties, no, this isn't Squirrel Girl. This isn't Squirrel Girl. That's not Squirrel Girl. Anyway, but I do gotta give Squirrel Girl an A. She is great. I almost want to give her an S tier. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, that's good. Just reorganizing things a little bit. But now it's time for the next character, which is, hold on, let me switch back to this new costume that I got, which is adorable, and I love it. Here we go. My favorite character. My favorite character in Marvel Comics. Here we... where do I even start? Where do I even start? So... if we go back, like, more than a year, right? This was... hold on, let me actually go to Discord and see. Because I still know exactly when I first heard about Marvel Rivals. And I can find it through Discord. It happened in the Discord that isn't really isn't too active. So I'm sure if I go back, no, it actually might be in this channel. I'm sure I don't have to scroll far in order to find it. Yeah, I scrolled just a little bit and I'm already back to January 2025 when the Fantastic Four were leaked for 2024, 2025, I mean. Yeah, in July 2024 was when I first heard of Rivals, because they just announced Thor and Jeff, and someone in a server I'm in shared the designs and were like, "Yo, these are kind of sick." And I remember going to the what do you call it, the website, and I saw the Star-Lord design, and I thought it was cool how they brought in like so many of his usual like designs into one. But after marinating with it for over a year now, I don't I'm not feeling it anymore. There are certain aspects that I really like. Put your fucking mask back on, Peter. You look weird without it. Something about the model, like the way like the model is clearly made to have the mask with the hair on top. When he takes it off, the hair just looks too big. Because it's made to fit with the hair is styled with like the helmet being the head in mind, and so the hair looks too big when the mask is off. It's not a gripe against the design, that's just how it goes.
Stretching Mihua Farayu just followed.
Crazy usernames today. Anyway, hi, welcome. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, after marinating with it for a year, I realized it isn't really a mix of too many of his traditional outfits. If anything, it kind of isn't any of them. Like, obviously, he has this jacket, which, you know, is a thing that the movies introduced. Except instead of it being red, it's blue and yellow with white details. Like or rather, it's blue with yellow and white details, like he usually has in the comics. Or rather had in the comics before the movie. He wore a lot of red for a while when the movies were very recent. But since then he's gone back to primarily wearing blue. Which is what I prefer for Star-Lord. But other than that jacket, and of course the helmet is pretty iconic. Which again, he has the hair coming out like in the movies. Other than that, he's just sort of just wearing a generic suit underneath, which isn't anything Star-Lord has ever worn. He's just kind of wearing a generic, like, muscle suit. Sure, he has the Guardian symbol on there. But, like, it's just sort of a muscle suit. With some tech belt on. And these boots. Which for some reason, like, the boots go up here, but then the techie parts are only up here. I almost feel like it would have been better for the design if, like, these techie, like, jet boots were just part of the suit instead of having these weird, like, boots coming up. Kind of looks a little bit weird. It's also so desaturated. Like the boots don't even stand out. I wouldn't have minded it so much if like the suit was black and then the boots were like a silver, like more of a lighter silver, or even like a bluish color to match the jacket. But no, it's just sort of all this gunmetal gray, which doesn't have enough contrast with the black of like his suit. Then he has these black gloves, which in concept aren't that bad, but like it makes his jacket look weird. Like these look like they should be the cuff of the jacket, but no, they're the cuff of the gloves. And his jacket is just like what, a skin tight fucking thing? It just looks very weird. It's like they just said, oh, let's throw together a bunch of sci-fi space details. It'll look cool. Random paneling all over his arms and torso. It's a very weird design, and it's not anything like Star-Lord. But anyway, let's look at it as a design. Let's take Star-Lord out of the equation and just look at it at a design. It's still just a bunch of sci-fi bullshit hobbled together. Like, you can't really read anything from this character other than, like, he's from space. And he's, like, some sort of, like... that he's some sort of pilot? Or, like, something? Is it, like, he got the rocket boots? He's got the mask. Clearly, he's, like, out in space a lot. But then he also has the hair out and the jacket, which means, like, even though he's, like, this, like, cosmic ranger, he's still, like, a cool, like, edgy guy. And in that sense, like, the blue, which... Which, listen, as I said, I prefer my Star-Lords to wear blue, because that's what he traditionally wears. But, like, with the way he moves, right? With how much energy he exudes, the color blue doesn't really match that. Blue is, like, cool, it's collected, it's calm. Meanwhile, red is usually a color associated with, like, high energy and passion and stuff like that. Honestly, this skin is a lot, even in the color distribution, like, the rocket boots are red, the bodysuit is like a lighter color. This is... a lot of the weird panels have been made red so they don't stand out that much. This is honestly a much better default look than the blue is. Which is so unfortunate to see. The color distribution is just better here. But yeah, the design is just, like, sort of uninteresting. It's just spaceman, space cowboy. That was the idea, space cowboy. Which is disappointing to say considering they gave him a space cowboy outfit. Which I've complained about plenty of times before, this costume, how it doesn't look what he's supposed to look like. And I actually have the physical book now that this costume is from, so I can literally show you guys. Where is it? Here it is. It's kind of hard to tell because of the video camera quality, but like, look at that. Look at how big the poncho is. He looks very like, I want to say Star Warsy is it's the word I want to use. Where like, yes, it's definitely sci-fi, but it's giving like grounded sci-fi. Where like this looks like something that realistically you could find someone wearing on Earth. Like it's not all tech. What I mean is like it's not all techy and stuff. It looks like something that people just casually wear on the surface of a planet, but like it's an alien planet, and so it looks a little bit weird, right? That's what I mean. But like they saw that. And decided to make him just this like super techy, like space cowboy for some reason. They gave him these pouches and they essentially just used the existence of this costume from this comic as an excuse to just make a cowboy Star-Lord. Because they just added a bunch of cowboy-y details that aren't in the actual costume. The only cowboy-y things about him is that he wears a hat and has a poncho, and they even fucking removed the poncho. And they added a bunch of like ammo belts on. They gave him the spurs on his feet. I'm surprised they didn't like model new guns that look like 6-shooter revolvers. They just fucking reskinned his default. It's very disappointing because this is Star-Lord is my favorite character and I want to see him represented correctly. Fucking hold on. Peter Quill. Peter Quill, Prime Marvel Universe. Ignore this. This is how he looks like at the end of his most recent run where he became the king of all of space. Not important right now. To be fair, he's had a lot of looks throughout the years. Like, here's his, like, 2008 look, where he's, like, very military-esque. And here we have, like, an homage to, like, his classic 70s costume. With a very owl-looking helmet and the big belt. He looked like this back in 2014 when they were trying to reboot the Guardians in time for the movie, but then as soon as the movie came out, he looked like this in the comics, of course, because of course he did. And in more recent years, they kind of give him a little bit of a look that's paying more homage to like a little bit of like his classic costume, but also his his 2008 look where it was more military-esque. But like honestly, yeah, this is a look that I really like. I want to see this in the game, but more than anything, I want to see his classic. Okay, not classic costume, but like his 2008 outfit. This one right here. This is the one I want to see. Also, I forgot to. I was so busy showing off the comic that I forgot to pet the rock and hydrate. Oh, here he pulls it off real well, as well as here. It is that that more modern look, where it's like paying homage to the 2008 look, but like having it be more of a like skin tight, almost spacesuit, but like he has it open. Something like this I want to see in the game. It's a pretty cool look. The legs are a little boring, but like I'm sure that if Rivals does a take on this suit, then they're gonna make it look more interesting. But this, I need this. I need this. Oh Jesus, what the holy aura. What the hell, Peter? What happened? Oh shit, I wanted to talk about this, yeah. I have a feeling I know why this costume looks like this, and it's because they didn't actually look into the comics. They saw this one, like, art of that suit and decided, this is what we're gonna do. Because you can see the poncho is like torn and like barely hanging off his shoulder, just like it is in Rivals. He has these 3 weird like glowing circles for some reason, which they gave him a belt of glowing circles right here. This is what I think happened. I think they literally just looked at this and based the entire skin off of that. Even though in the comic, he looks a lot more, he looks a bit different. I feel like that's an issue that a lot of rival skins have. Like, they say it's based on a specific costume, but they essentially just looked at one variant cover featuring that costume and then did their own thing from there. They don't actually look into the comics to get a good like idea of what the costume looks like. I feel like that might be the reason why a lot of comic costumes look bad in Rivals. They don't actually do the research, which is disappointing. Anyway, let's look at his MVP. Not this one. I mean, it's a great MVP for Star-Lord. He fucking swooshes in, shoots all around, and then does a flip, and then psh, it's aura. But again, his design doesn't reflect it. His design is so generic space cop that it really doesn't work. See how he sits. He just kind of sits. Again, like, fucking tap your foot, tap your finger, bob your head up and down. Canonically, in the lore of Rivals, he has music playing in his headphones. Fucking get into the groove of things. Bro, they made him so fucking boring. Oh my god, look how they massacred my boy. Please do a little dance. Did I time the fucking song perfectly to the beat of the music just now? Okay, maybe I did initially, but he danced at a different BPM, so he's slowly like not dancing to the exact beat. But like for a second there, it was like he was perfectly dancing to the to the song. That was awesome, actually. Anyway. Yeah, I don't have much else to say about Star-Lord. Cause he's just sort of boring. I'm gonna have to put him in C tier. Maybe even D tier. Considering who else I put in D tier, he does fit right in. Cause like it's not like with these where like it's not like with the rest of C tier where they're just like they clearly had an idea, they just sort of missed the mark a little bit. This is just like they didn't know what to do with him. So he's gotta go in D tier. It's disappointing. My favorite, look how they massacred my boy, as they say. Daredevil? When did you fight Daredevil? Wait, what the fuck is he up to? Wait, where's the, when did this happen? Wait, what? Anyway, who's next? Storm. Hold on, let me switch back. Prince of Spartax costume. Go to Storm. Where's her default? Here. Yep, that's Storm. Again, I'm not a huge X-Men fan. I don't have much to say about Storm. God damn, they give her give her a real curve. They really made her curvy. Which in the case of Storm, works. I'll get into it in a little bit. I just need to soak up the design a little bit. Oh, she has some like magenta eyeshadow. Oh, that's interesting. I never noticed that. That is definitely interesting. Why are your eyes blue? Are your eyes usually blue? Feels like a weird thing. I do like how flowy she is, right? Her cape and like these little ribbon things, even her hair, it's like very flowy to show that she like controls the weather. Let me go look at what she usually looks like. I mean, I have an idea. I have an idea of what she usually looks like, but I want to be I want to really like see it, you know? Yeah. Just kind of a black suit. A lot of exposed skin. Not as much here. But it's very inconsistent, apparently. How much exposed skin she has. This is more of a classic look, it seems. Yeah, that's very... It's a female superhero costume for sure. See, here she's a lot more covered. Oh, that's a cool look. I mean, it looks like a very casual look, but still, that's really cool. I would love to see that in Rivals. It's a very recent look for her, it seems. All the gold looks really good on her. I like that. And then, anyway, yeah. It definitely has the core tenets of like a storm costume, but like it's a little... It's not great. Because it's doing the thing, right? It's doing the thing. There's so many like panel lines and there's so many like random like light up bits. Kind of looks super weird. Oh, her back is exposed. I like that. The how flowy she is, which have more flowy bits, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. Absolutely. Got little sun earrings, those are nice. It's got an X shape in front of her chest and an X on her back. Not a lot of other X shapes though. She's got some lightning bolt shapes. Just slightly here at the border of her like leggings or whatever they are. Thigh-high boots, I guess. Little bit of a lightning bolt shape here, but like it kind of gets lost in the rest of the design because it's also... She's so many shades of gray in her costume. Here are some lightning bolts that stand out. I wish more of the like why isn't this lightning bolt shape like gold so that it stands out more? Why isn't there more gold accents? Why is it all these shades of gray? There's not enough contrast. Why is it so gray? Can you not make it darker? Can you not make it like pure black and then add more like white and gold details? Just to make it stick out more. I also think it's very weird that she randomly has like some mesh material, some pantyhose under here, but like her back has just exposed skin. Her boobs has exposed skin. Why can't this just be exposed skin? Like if you want to do the sex appeal, like go all the way. Don't just chicken out like that. Just have it be exposed skins. You're not afraid to do it with any other character. Storm is a character I feel like it makes sense to be sexy. And like it's a little, I get that it's a little bit problematic, right? To have the black woman being the most sexualized one. It can be a little bit problematic, obviously, but like it's, I feel like it's kind of part of like the power fantasy of playing this strong woman, this literal goddess. Like part of it is like embracing like the like femininity of it all and the sex appeal of it. That's why I kind of like her having more exposed skin, because it's like it's paying homage to like classical like goddesses in like old mythology, which, you know, usually just because clothing was a lot more simple back then, they had more exposed skin. So I feel like it definitely works super well for Storm to have that. But then the costume is also just so plain. Like there's not enough contrast. They didn't want to give her an actual like black costume, which I think it's a thing that NetEase does with a lot of the costumes. They're too afraid to go pure black. It's always just shades of gray, and like it kind of ruins it because there's not enough contrast. Like the gold isn't light enough, and the black isn't dark enough, and so they just kind of blend together, you know? Look at this, for example. When it's all white, because they're not afraid to go all white, now the gold bits, not only is there more gold, which looks fucking awesome, by the way, not only is it more of it, but it stands out a lot more. Like these lightning bolt shapes here are now gold like they should have been. And it looks a lot better. Why didn't they just do that for the default? I don't understand. The outfit just looks so much more muddy. I do love the way she presents herself though. She's very much like, she knows she's hot shit. Cause she is, obviously. 50 Shades of Grey, literally. I like the hair. The hair is really cool though. And it shows that despite her, you know, presenting herself as this all-powerful goddess, she is still, like, human. Or mutant, I guess, but, like... That's the thing, like, mutants are, in for all cases and purposes, also human. I just noticed something. In her icon, she's got this, like, strand of... this lightning bolt-shaped strand of hair just in front, but, like, it's not here in the actual design. That's weird. I feel like that would have given her a little bit of personality. But the shape language, though, it is a little confused. Like, there are definitely some sharp shapes here to be like thunder. Like, you got these really spiky earrings, you got the spiky shoulders. Even the like boots have like sharp edges on them. And the lightning bolt patterns give a lot of like sharpness to be like lightning. But then she also has like the flowiness of it. The flowiness of wind. She's supposed to the thunder and the lightning and the winds and the waves, right? It makes for a good good contrast. Where's Dommy Mommy fit? They give all those to Emma, unfortunately. Unless this counts. I don't think it should count, but definitely cool. Supposed to be her like leather jacket look that she's had in the comics, except they over-designed the hell out of it. Jesus Christ. What kind of leather jacket is shaped like this? This is what? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy that you do this. This is crazy work. Not really any other notable costumes to talk about. Oh, I actually kind of like this. I actually kind of like it. Like it with the big hair. Because it kind of looks like a cloud, right? Oh, that kind of makes me wish that they had done that for her. Like, you could still have done the half and half with the braid on one side, but then just make the hair on the other side a lot bigger and more curly. This is maybe a little bit extreme with it. But like something more like this coming out from her hair would have been so cool. I love that she has random golden strands of hair. That's actually kind of cool. It's a neat detail. Yeah, I don't really know. It's another case where I don't really know what to say because the design is just kind of not interesting. It doesn't tell me too much about her character. She sure does have a presence to her. The way she like presents herself in her body language, and of course the flowiness of the cape, it definitely gives off an air of power. Same with the shoulder pads. Very spiky, very powerful. I just wish there was more like gold and white details on it, and higher contrast. You know, make the blacks darker and make the golds and whites lighter. Seriously, contrast is important because the design just ends up looking muddled. Like, I think even this costume has a more darker black than her default, making it for a much better contrast with all the white she has on her. But it's a problem with a lot of Rivals designs. They don't want to do like pure black or pure white. And it leads to very low contrast designs a lot of the time. Anyway, let's look at her MVP. Where's her default? It's very short. This one's very short. It needs something more. Like, that's a great frame to stop on. That's a very powerful, like, frame. With the lightning in the eyes and coming from the fingers, and just the pose. Her just exerting so much power. With the cape flowing behind her in all directions. Like, that's a great final pose, and it's also a great start with her raising her finger to summon the lightning. But then she doesn't really do anything with it. She just kind of does a little swirl and then pose. I feel like there has to be a little bit more, like, lightning going on, a little bit more action going on. Something like that. Why did it all go white? There's something messed up there, I think. There was supposed to be a final pose. But it just messed up. Okay, that's... Okay. Oh, it's just messing up with all of them. Okay. Something's wrong here. If I go here and then go here, will it work? See, that worked. Is this gonna work now? Yeah. Now it's worked. Now it works. But I feel like it needs something like that. I mean, I know it's just a default. It's supposed to be pretty basic, but like at least have one like good like lightning strike before the final pose, right? Anyway, let's see her sitting emote. I mean, she's a flying character, so she's not sitting on a chair, but like, you know. She has her legs crossed, she has her arm just floating at her side. Her back isn't as straight as it could be. It's so weird, because it feels like they give the most relaxed and chill characters like impeccable posture when they sit, but then with the actual like characters that should have good posture, they make them slouch a little bit. It's so weird. Like, why does Squirrel Girl have to sit with her back straight, like completely, and then fucking Storm, the like goddess of thunder, can just slouch her back like that? It should definitely be the other way around, right? These sitting emotes are so weird sometimes. That's her default. That's her default. She's just, what a fine mess we're in right now. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, I don't have much to say about Storm. I'm not a huge X-Men fan. I can tell what they were trying to do, I guess. They were definitely trying to give her that very, like, goddess, like, feel. But it's so... They kind of missed the mark. There's not enough contrast. They kind of went a little bit restrained with a lot of the flowiness she could have had. Overall, it's kind of just a mid design. I don't know. I don't really know what else to say. I guess I'll put it in another C tier. I feel like Loki should be moved up to B tier with this new ranking, because they at least know what to do with. They at least had an idea for Loki, even though it's a little bit basic, but he definitely fits in better with these guys than these guys, you know. Anyway, who's next? Also, how long have I been going? Almost 3 hours already. Jesus. Well, will I be able to do the rest of them? Oh, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do the rest of them. I already talked about the Thing before. And I don't think I have too much to say about the Punisher. It's another case of, like, I can clearly tell what they're trying to do, even if I disagree with the approach. Like, the design is very uninteresting, but I can tell what they're trying to do with him. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back. Just sit back and listen to the music. What? I'm back. Wah wah wee wah. Let's talk Punisher. I like how he's shaped. This is kind of how I usually draw superheroes, with a like really bulky upper body with a thick ass muscular arms, and then the legs are just kind of there. You know how I draw superheroes. Although I usually like very like exaggerate them, give them a much bigger upper body and tiny legs. He's very bulky in his upper body, though. Makes him stand out a little bit. Because usually, I don't think there's any character that's that bulky in the upper body. Even Cap isn't that bulky. Like, he's definitely, like, his upper body is definitely pretty bulky compared to his legs, but, like, his arms are pretty proportional. Oh, that's interesting. In his side profile, the chest is definitely what's bulging out. Meanwhile, with Punisher, it's the back that's bulging out. They made him such like a buff guy, like an absolute beefcake. Look at these bulging shoulders. Frank Castle isn't usually this buff, right? Is this thing that he uses guns? You'd think that if his thing is that he uses guns, that he wouldn't. Like, that he wouldn't be that muscular. I know that he was in the military before, but like even military men aren't fucking that jacked, right? Especially not specifically in the upper body like that. Here we got a Frank Castle, a traditional Frank Castle. I mean, he's got the basic superhero build. He's like he's all muscular and shit because he's a superhero, but he's not like particularly buff or anything. Would make sense for him to be, because like he uses guns. He doesn't fight with his fists. He uses guns. I do kind of like the idea of him being like super tall. Like he's still like lumbering over people, but like he's not fucking particularly like a buff man. He's just kind of tall and imposing. Meanwhile, in Rivals, like he doesn't really give off tall vibes. He's so wide that like I can't see this guy being that tall, you know? Regardless, he's definitely a lot more tactical than Punisher usually is. He's got a bulletproof vest, which is fine enough for Punisher. But he's got like a tactical knife, some like whatever the fuck this is, like some sort of ammunition. Got fingerless gloves
Jesus
on.
Christ, I don't know what's going on.
It will stretch. Whew. He's just got a bunch of like tactical gear. It makes him look very like generic, like a Gears of War character. Like look at all these straps around his legs, and some pouches, some fucking knee pads. No shoulder pads though. It's almost like they just like. Here's what I think their thinking was, right? They thought that they needed, you know, the Call of Duty, the low skill like Call of Duty player entry character, right? Similar to Soldier 76 in Overwatch, where he's just the generic soldier guy whose abilities are gun, run, and more gun. And so that's kind of what I believe their thinking was with Punisher. They wanted like the character for like people who aren't used to these kinds of shooter games and just want to play the guy with the guns and the explosives. Because that's the kind of games that they're used to. And so they just sort of made him like this very like tactical military looking guy with no actual like regard for what Punisher usually is, right? That's what I think their thinking was. And usually, you know, I've been giving like seriously, why are his muscles like that? These are like the Hulk's muscles. They're so uneven and bulky. This is literally like the how the Hulk's muscles are drawn. Like why are his arms so unnaturally buff? I don't get it. Like with characters like Rocket and Moon Knight, I've been giving the designers grace for clearly having like a vision and going for it. Even if it isn't the traditional version of the character. But in this case, I'm not gonna give them grace for that because it's clearly not like a specific vision they had for the character. This was a completely just like, it feels more like a corporate decision. Like the devs mandated, like, oh, we need the Call of Duty, we need the regular gunman archetype for the Call of Duty players. Let's use the Punisher, and that's what they did. There's no actual like creative vision behind it. It's a corporate decision. So I'm not gonna give the Punisher's design here grace for like them having a specific idea for the Punisher, because that idea is inherently flawed. It's not like with Moon Knight where making him this like schizophrenic mole ninja guy is a unique take on the character, because that works for the character. Or like Rocket being this little gremlin that fucking runs around and shoots a big gun. Even though that's not all that Rocket is, it still is part of what Rocket is. So going fully into that works for the character, but this doesn't really work for the character. I'm gonna be completely honest, this does not work for the character. I gotta say, I do like his upper half. Like, I know I complained about him being too bulky and it looks weird, but like, I do like that he has this combat knife on his shoulder and like this like oversized ammunition on the other shoulder. It's very like cartoony and stylized, and if they had done a little bit more like that for the rest of his design, I would have kind of liked it. It's kind of like what they did with Deadpool, right? Because part of the thing they did with Deadpool was kind of playing into like the gimmickiness of 90s comic book characters that have all these pouches and all this like tactical gear and like all that kind of stuff. But like with Deadpool, it's clearly an intentional homage. With Punisher, it's just all these pouches on his belt and on his legs is just a result of them wanting that tactical, like military Call of Duty type character. And I feel like it doesn't work as well because it's not cartoony enough, it's not stylized enough. I think it looks fine on his upper body, but on his lower body, it just looks like, that doesn't look like the Punisher to me. That looks like a generic shooter game guy. Let's see this guy. See, even this is better. Like, even though this is literally like from a live action TV show, this is still a better Punisher design. Puts a lot more focus on the skull. It has a lot less of like the tactical gear and more like just regular like guy. He's just got normal combat boots. He's got some knee pads, a regular gun holster, and just a regular shirt underneath. Like, this is the Punisher more than this is. Like, you guys see what I mean? They went too hard in wanting to make him like the generic like shooter game guy, that they lost a lot of what actually makes the Punisher the Punisher. I don't hate the skull face paint on him. I mean, it looks weird, but like, I understand why they did it. It's so that he's still recognizable as the Punisher, even when you just see like his face icon. Giving him the skull on his face is a good way to do that. Because it is kind of generic. It's kind of unavoidable to make the Punisher look like a generic guy if you don't show like the skull logo. like his alt cost, his alternate recolor just hammers down the fact that they clearly just wanted him to be the military man. And it just does not work for me. It just does not work. He just has random straps on him. Very tactical boots. Not gonna lie, when I first saw Rivals Punisher, I genuinely thought it was Crossbones, mainly due to the face paint. You know what? That's super valid. Because the Punisher is more than just a military man that shoots guns. He has, like... like, I haven't read much Punisher. I'm not really interested in Punisher. I don't find him that interesting as a character. But, like... one thing I do like about Punisher comics that I actually know is that they do go into a lot of the PTSD of the character. Like he's a war veteran. Like he came back from the war. I believe it was the well, I believe it's changed. Back in the 80s when it was introduced, it was just kind of a guy that shoots guns and hates criminals. And then they gave him his origin later and then tied it into some actual war. I forget which one. But like he came back from the war and he was a completely different man. He was traumatized and all that. And then his family died and he just lost it. And now like this genuinely psychotic man is what he is. Goes out at night to murder criminals in the name of quote-unquote justice. But like the comics really go out of their way to show that he isn't just some badass. He is a troubled man. There's a specific scene from a comic that I know of, which is like where it's like a bunch of cops run into the Punisher and they're like, yo, Punisher, you're our hero. We look up to you. We even put your Punisher logo on our police car. And like the Punisher like takes the sticker of his logo and rips it in half and says, you should not look up to me. You should look up to Captain America. Which, you know, not only is it like social commentary on like how cops in real life idolize the Punisher, which, yikes. But it's also like to show that Captain America, that Punisher himself doesn't view himself as a hero. He views Captain America as a hero, rightfully so. But he doesn't see himself as a hero. He sees himself as a broken man on a mission. And like this design just takes away so much of that. Like this just makes him look like this is like Punisher like before becoming the Punisher. This is Punisher when he was in the war. Like this is literally military grade gear. This isn't something that a guy like a broken man just struggling to get by, struggling for so many issues in his mind. This is not something that he would dress himself up in. He would just wear something like this, just regular boots, just regular pouches, just something that he could like find around the city, and he just puts it on and goes out at night. He's a broken man, and this doesn't really show that. This shows a super serious military soldier, not a scarred and traumatized war veteran who's lost all hope in life and now is on this hopeless mission of self-destruction just to give his life meaning. Oh, thank you, Serubot. You finally woke up. Thank you. Frank has to just kill all bad guys. There's no redemption. That's why he tells them not to look up to him. Exactly. He doesn't view himself as a hero and doesn't think anyone else should view him as a hero. Wow, I did not expect to have so much to say about the fucking Punisher. Stretch. Not even a fan of the character. Anyway, let's look at his fucking MVP. It's not bad for the Punisher, honestly. He shoots a smoke bomb, and then he comes out of the smoke, guns blazing. Like, that's kind of cool. That's pretty good for the Punisher. It's simple, but it's good. This one's very cinematic. It's probably a reference to something in the actual show. But then he comes in and guns blazing. I feel like that's what the MVP should have, the basic MVP should have done. Like at the end, instead of stopping right before he starts shooting, have him shoot for a few seconds and then stop at a cool pose. Instead of just smoke bomb and then he comes out and just, it's ready to shoot. I feel like it doesn't have the same impact. That one also is really fun because he breaks down the door and then just rah! That's funny. That's very Punisher. The only non-cool thing about Punisher is how they did him dirty in the movies. Oh, that's interesting. He stretches out his shoulders before sitting down. Again, this feels like they're trying to make him such a badass. I feel like he should have more of a pose like, let's see Winter Soldier. I'm pretty sure his sitting emote is very much like... No, that's also very serious. There's one character who has a sitting emote where they just look super disheveled and done with life. Is it Hawkeye? Is it Hawkeye they gave that to? No, he just looks like he's contemplating. I swear, there's one character that they gave a really, like, disheveled sitting emote to. But I can't think of who it could have been. If not the ones that I already checked. But like he should really be like super like none of this badass stretching his fucking shoulders and then sitting down all badass. He should be sitting, his ass should be all the way at the edge. He should be super hunched over. He should be looking down. He should look like he's like contemplating, you know, ending it all. Like, this is a broken man. He's not some fucking military, like, awesome dude. This is very disappointing, interpretation of him. I had a surprising amount to say about him, but, like, in the end... The design is D. I almost want to give him F. Like, they clearly don't understand the... I guess that's what the F... I guess that's what the F means. You can't sit that far because he has that disease called lack of booty. Fair. I guess that's what the F category stands for. It's Marvel's clearly not understanding the character. Even though in Punisher's case, it feels super, like, intentional. Like, it's not that they don't understand the character. They understand the Punisher. They just don't care. They wanted him to be something else. And that's disappointing. I'm gonna have to put him in F. I really don't like him. I really don't like what they did with him. Anyway, the final 5. Can we get it done in an hour? We'll see. Thor Odinson. Thor Odinson. The god of thunder himself. Oh my god, he's such a badass Viking man. You know, before we start on Mr. Odinson himself, I'm actually gonna go get myself a second cup of coffee. I'm really feeling it right now. So I'll just go. I'm not even gonna mute. I'm not even gonna do anything. I'm just gonna take my headphones off, let them sit here, and I'm gonna just go put on the coffee machine real quick. I'll be right back. I'll keep the door open. Oh my god, door squeaks. I'll keep the door open so that that I can hear when the coffee machine is done. When it's done humming. But yeah, Thor Odin's son, the god of thunder. Hold on, let me bring up let me bring up Thor real quick. Hello, Punisher. Thor Odin's son. 6. Oh, so hi, Tenant. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Sigurd Jarlsson. Is he doing that? Is he doing the thing again where he's pretending to be a man? I mean, at least it's an actual, like, Norse, like, Scandinavian name instead of Donald Blake. At least it's an actual fucking Scandinavian. Can you guys take a wild guess as to what decade this outfit is from? Take a wild guess. Hmm. Oh my god. Anyway, where's a very like I think the coffee's done. I always let the coffee machine go a second time to fill it with a little bit of extra hot water. Just so there's more water in the more in the cup. Even though it, you know, dilutes the coffee a little bit. The more like modern look for Thor, I guess. Compare that to this. Oh, coffee's done. Yippee! Coffee. I love Donald Blake was a body that Odin put Thor in as a punishment. So it is a separate guy. I always assumed that it was just an alias. But if it is a separate guy, then so I mean it's Thor. I like how he's shaped. I'm gonna immediately. I have to say I really love how he's shaped. How like he's very much like square. He's like built like a fridge. He doesn't have any like triangular shape to his chest with wider shoulders and a smaller waist. He's just like built like a wall, and I love that about him. I also think it's really interesting that they gave him a more aged look with a beard and like a long hair, white hair too. He's not blonde. This is like white hair. He's an older, clearly an older Thor. Massive wings on his helmet. At least they're not ashamed of the helmet wings. It's great to see. It definitely gives him a presence. I feel like if the wings had been smaller, it would have looked a little bit weird. I mean, people probably wouldn't have noticed, but he definitely has a presence to him, which makes sense for the boastful god of thunder. He has the classic circles that he always has. They have this nice gold trim to them. This is a very light, almost platinum gold. I like that. Makes him stand out from Loki. Got a lot more silver to him, which shows less of like his want to be like royalty. I mean, he is still royalty, but the fact that he doesn't have as much gold and rather has silver shows that he was more of like a warrior with armored. He's more armored rather than like clad in like royal gold, which is nice. Not sure how I feel about the color of Mjolnir here. I like the shape of the handle though. And the pommel at the end. That's what it's called, right? A pommel? The part of the at the end. Or is it called something else? Please help me, I'm not good with weapons. The armored arms are also really an interesting decision. They have spikes on them. They have some intricate Norse adjacent carvings. Kind of reminiscent of the destroyer armor, actually. This armor. That's a neat detail. Also works because Thor often does have like armored armored arms and legs. And I believe in some recent, well, relatively recent, it's probably been like a decade now, but like he did have like a metal arm for a while. 2014, yeah, like a decade ago. But it seems to have lasted a while because this is 2019. And you're even here in still 2019. Never mind. Still a while ago. And nowadays he's back to having two arms. Hmm. But I like that. I like the armored arms. Kind of wearing a plain red shirt underneath, and then like having like super like bulky armor instead of just being like this weird cloth that he wears with circles on it is actually like thick armor with some fur on it to make him look more Norse, I guess. It's the Norse aesthetic. That classic or ultimate? I just remembering having a destroyer arm but can't remember which. I mean, the gallery we just looked at is from 616 Thor, so he definitely had it in the 616 at some point. I like the upper body. It looks really cool. I feel like there should definitely be more of a symbol at his belt, because usually he does have this like belt buckle. At least classic Thor had this. I mean, he usually just wears a belt in general, as you can see here. But like classic Thor did have like a some sort of hammer symbol on there, if we can find it. Huh. Where? Did I make that up? No, I didn't make that up. You can see it here. He has some sort of, like, it looks like the mix of a hammer and a T because, you know, Thor with the hammer. Fun fact, in Norway, because Thor is just kind of a common name over here, when we specifically talk about the Norse god, we call him Thor with the hammer. That's usually how we refer to him, just to make it clear who we're talking about. Because Odin's son, not mythologically accurate name. That's just something they did in Marvel. They don't really have last names in Norse mythology. So we call him Thor with the hammer. Thor med hammeren. But yeah, it's the lower body that's the issue. Like, I like the way his tunic kind of flows. The side ones, not so much, but the ones in the front and the back look nice. Maybe if they went down a little bit more. But then his leg armor is like scaled for some reason, which, sure, yeah, his armor in the comics looks scaled, but like his armor here on his arms is like destroyer armor. Why not continue that on his legs? Why is he suddenly like got this scale armor? And why is it black? Why does it blend so much into the rest of him? Like, you see here on his chest, it has this slight blue tint to it, but then when you go down, this cloth is clearly black. The blue kind of disappears. And then the boots are again kind of generic. Is he fucking wearing chaps? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck kind of shape is this? Wait a fucking minute. He's wearing fucking chaps! He's wearing fucking cowboy chaps, but like with scale mail. Wait, what the fuck? That's a bit funny. You know Thor? Which one? With the hammer. Oh yeah, average Norwegian couple about Thor. It's funny because I have a family member called Thor. And on the fridge at his home, he has this newspaper comic cut out where someone is like, where it's like this Thor looking guy saying, "I am Thor with." He says his because in Norwegian we don't when we say the something, like we don't put the word the in front of the word. We just put a suffix at the end of the word. So it would. So essentially, the way it grammatically works is calling him Thor with hammer, but like the part is like part of the word hammer. And so there's my family member named Thor has fucking a comic strip where like this Thor looking guy says, "I am Thor with h," and then he gets cut off, and then some different guy says, "With the hammer," and then he says, "No, with H." Because like there are two ways to spell the name Thor in Norwegian, one with an H and one without it. Because regardless of if it has an H or not, we still pronounce it Tor, which doesn't have the th sound. So the H doesn't really matter. And that's a really funny comic. Regardless, from the torso up, he looks really cool. He looks like this old wizened warrior Thor, but then from the bottom, he's just kind of generic. It's a problem with a lot of designs in this game. Look at this recolor. Does it make him look any better? No, it makes him look worse. Like, what is this? I guess there's a little bit more contrast with this part being a little bit more of a light brown and this staying the dark gray. But it's still not good. Fucking this is better. With the cloth going down and the pants kind of playing a secondary role down here. And then actual like armored like boots. Even the Thor Love and Thunder skin does it better, because like the pants are again playing a secondary role. Meanwhile, the boots match the top. So I don't understand why. See, this skin is a lot more of a classic Thor, or what? Not classic. This is more like the 2010s Thor. From Thor 2007, like a modern version of classic Thor. And you see his boots match his like top, and then like the armor matches the arms. So why couldn't they do that here? At least match it in color. Make these armored parts silver, and then I don't know what they would have done with the boots. The boots just look a little bit weird. They don't match the, like, quite match the angular shapes that's going on here. They're a little bit angular, but like, it's not layered. Like, this is layered. This isn't layered. It's a little bit weird. I guess that's what it is. There's so many layers going on up here that the layers down here don't mesh as well. Thor does not have boots with the fur. Oh shit, like, yeah, why didn't they give him like some more fur? Like, he just has it like randomly on his shoulders. It's not incorporated anywhere else. It's a little bit weird. But you know, overall, the vibes are pretty immaculate. Like, they clearly wanted, like, they wanted him to be a tank, so he's big, and they wanted him to be this, like, older, wiser warrior Thor. And, like, they succeeded. It's just that from the waist down, as with a lot of designs in this game, it's just sort of, they lost the vision somewhere, and it kind of looks a little bit generic. Meanwhile, the from the waist up, it's like, yeah, that's a really good Thor. That's a really good Thor. But yeah, I don't have much else to say about Thor. Let's check his MVP. It's cool. He like walks up like he means business and then calls upon Mjolnir and he swings it around. And then smash. I feel like there's not enough of an impact, right? There should definitely be some thunder going on, like Is it just me or does there is an impact frame there? I can see it, but like I feel like the impact frame happens before the actual slam. That's weird. Again, it's not that much of an impact. I mean, this is cool and all. I like this. But like still the impact feels weak. There isn't enough of a boom, right? What about this one? Kind of generic. See, that's kind of more like it actually. That has that build up and then that pow. Sure, he doesn't hit anything with his hammer. He just kind of. Do you see that wind up? Like he's kind of slow motion, like woo, and then with a hammer. He isn't hitting anything with a hammer, but like it still like gives it more force, right? Wish he had more of a gut, like yet why not, but still. I get it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Odin comes in. No, Thor. It's Loki's turn to play on the Xbox. Like, why does he look so angry? Why does he? Like, you'd think Thor would be a little bit like I get it's supposed to be this older like warrior Thor, and Loki has just taken over Asgard and exiled him to a different universe, and he's like really grumpy and all that. But like, come on, it's Thor. He's a little bit of a boastful. He has a big personality. Like, have him sit there with like his hands firmly on his knees, with his head held high, and like he's having a beer with the boys. Why does he look so angry? Like, this is how Punisher should be sitting. Fucking miserable little man. No thanks. Like, this is a... This is just silly. This is just silly. But you're not even gonna... You're not even gonna... Like, that could have been part of the emote. You could have flipped it and then fucking slammed it on his chest. Why didn't he do... It's a little bit weird. Anyway, yeah, that's Thor. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know. I don't know. I get what they're going for. I think they did a decent job. I'm gonna put him in B. I feel like he deserves to be in B at least. Now, Otwan. Voltwan. Oh, that's Aura. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. That's Aura. Hold on. Walking menacingly out of the fucking smoke, and the first thing you see are his like glowing red eyes. Nah, that's Aura. That's, oh my. That's Aura. Holy, whoa. That's awesome. Anyway, design-wise though, Ultron. Okay, I don't like that. Okay, first off, I don't like the color. I do not like the color. I don't like the gunmetal gray that he has going on, when in the comics, he is usually very, very, very silver. This is an MCU. This is an MCU-ism. This is one of the many MCU-isms of Rivals. He is very gunmetal colored, when I would much prefer him being silver. But that's just a personal thing. I'm pretty sure there are people that disagree. It does definitely make him look more menacing to have like a darker color. Like, he's essentially, his color scheme is like black and red, which is very much like evil coded. So, I get it. I get it. It's just that I much prefer a silver Ultron. But yeah, I really love the way they modeled him. He looks like a robot. Like there's so many like synthetic things about him. I feel like they should have done more with his spine. Like, where are you? Panther. Look at Black Panther. Like he has a like synthetic spine, and it's like kind of prominent.
That's so awesome! Endearing! You best friend! So you're a bestie, aren't you? I love you! Friend! Pookie!
Ninja Link 123 just traded with 3 viewers.
Link! What the freak? You can't just do that. You can't just raid me like that. What the freak? Hold the phone. What the freak? What the freak? What the freak? Have a fucking shout out. It's freaking bedtime. Yeah, weren't you? Didn't you start streaming last night? I swear you were streaming last night. I remember because I was watching before I went to bed. You have been streaming for such a long time. What the freak? How do you do it? But yeah, hi Raiders, welcome. If you don't know me, my name is Melanade, but you can call me Melon. I'm primarily an art streamer, but I also play games. And today, I'm actually. This might look like it's a gaming stream, but it's technically an art stream because I'm currently like yapping about character design, or just the thing that as an artist, I'm really into. So if you want to sit around and like learn a thing or two about good character design, well, decent character design. I'm not a professional character designer. It's just sort of a thing that I do, but I have some insight on how character design works. But yeah, I'm currently discussing Ultron. We're almost at the end. But yeah, I'm an art streamer, but I also play games. I play games like Marvel Rivals, for example, and also Deadlock and Minecraft and other games. Those are the ones that I'm currently playing. Night night, good night, Link. Hope you sleep well. Hope you had a good stream. I forgot to say that. Also, everyone go follow Ninja Link because they're super cool and super chill and much better gamer than I am. Anyways, as I was saying, this is just a personal thing. Definitely just a personal thing, but I really like synthetic spines that like protrude out of the body. So the fact that like you can clearly see Ultron's spine. Oh, I need to have some water. I'm fucking, my voice is getting tired from all the yapping. I will pet the rock. Boop, 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 boop. But yeah, synthetic spines is just something that I really enjoy in character designs. So while you can clearly see his spine, I kind of wish there were more like it was protruding a little bit more and had more lights. It's very sleek here, but that's the thing I really like about Ultron's look, because you can clearly tell that he's got like human things correct. Like obviously these are like metal plates and panels and stuff, but he's got like the muscle groups down. You can clearly see he has pectoral muscles, he has like the ab muscles and other like muscles coming in at the side. He's got the spine, he's got the shoulder blades. Even the neck is made out of several like different like muscles coming in. Like one here, ones that come down here. He has like a throat. It's very human. It's very organic. You even see how, like, it parts here? Like, there's one quote-unquote muscle here and one here to make way for one muscle here and one muscle here and one muscle here. And, like, he... clearly, dude wants to be a human. He just doesn't want to admit it, which is the thing that I really love about Ultron. Regardless, I love all the lines, all the sharp lines everywhere. Breaks up the design so well. Just lines etched into the metal, or just glowing like red lines. Adds into the sharp like shape language. Like his chin is pretty sharp, even the shape of his mouth is sharp, his eyes are sharp, the way they come down to make like these angry looking eyes. He obviously has this little weird like antenna thing, whatever that is. Not only does he have sharp fingertips, but like every single, you can see all of the like different digits on his individual fingers are like super sharp. Very much a sharp, dangerous look. It goes to show that this is not a guy you should mess with. He is sharp. He's dangerous. He's glowing red. It's like fire. Like, it's not literally fire, but like the glowing red, like it's like instinctually we know this kind of character design to mean danger. With how sharp it is. But in some places it's surprisingly round as well. Again, it goes into the like almost organic shapes of his body. Especially with the round circles all over. On his shoulders, on his what do you call it? His hips. His knees specifically, where you can just see right through them. And then these glowing things in the back. I don't know what that's supposed to tell me about the character, but like it's a very nice design aspect. I think that's the thing that the MCU did first. And I feel like it might be a reference to like, because like Ultron's mouth has that iconic circular thing on it. And that's like a very iconic Ultron thing. So just distributing it throughout the rest of his body, it makes a lot of sense. Although I prefer when his mouth isn't like this weird circular, almost generator type thing, and it's more like just like his face is open and there's like a glowing core inside. That's usually how he's represented in the comic. Ultron. Or 616. Like this. Like clearly that is he's just glowing from the inside. What if he's based his physique on Hank? That would be cool detail, like father like son or something. I suppose. Where's a more modern Ultron? This is a more modern Ultron. That's the thing that I think gets... This is a detail that I think has gotten lost in a lot of adaptations of Ultron. Not only like outside of the comics, but even within the comics when like a new creator wants to use Ultron. One thing that gets lost is that the antenna things on the side of his face are kind of meant to like simulate Ant-Man's like helmet. I feel like that gets lost a lot of the time. So I like when they're made like thin, like antenna, right? Which this design doesn't really do, unfortunately. But you know, it's fine. One thing that I really like, if you look at his chest, like that is an ant face, right? Like these are the eyes, this is like the mandibles, the mouth part. He's got like an insectoid face on his chest, which is a reference to Ant-Man. I think that is really cool. Also just in the sense that like he's got all these layered plates. It kind of gives the vibe of an exoskeleton, like an actual ant. This is giving me ideas for an Ant-Man redesign. Holy shit. Making him look more like insectoid. That is such a good idea. Why hasn't Marvel thought of that? I'm such a genius. Probably due to company mandates, now that I think about it, but still. That's a fire idea. I love how his hand transforms into this gun. And it has like all these... Do it again. Do it again. It's got all these layers and opening panels and... Do it again. Anyway. Even his feet and the fact that it only has 2 toes, it kind of makes it look more insectoid. Like, insects clearly don't have legs like this, obviously, but like, if you look at furry designs, when they're like insectoid furries, they usually do like this kind of design with just like... They look like where people, like, insectoid furries usually just have like paws, but instead of like toes, they have just 2 little claws to like simulate like how insect legs look. So that kind of is what that reminds me of. In his legs. But yeah, this is a pretty great Ultron design. All things considered. I love how human he looks. While still being clearly an emotionless robot. I love how threatening he is with all the sharp shapes. And the imposing stature. I mean, I gotta go back to it again. I have to go back. Like, the way he approaches here. And it's so helped with like his stature as well, because he's like, he's so skinny. He has such a skinny body, but then such wide shoulders. Like skinny legs, skinny arms, wide shoulders, and then a tiny head on top. It just makes him like look inhuman, but not in like a robotic way, but in a very like uncanny skinwalker type of way, right? Which is why that is so threatening. It's because it's so close to human, but just slightly off, which is oh so perfect for Ultron. Oh my god. It's so perfect for Ultron. Just one, from a character aspect of him wanting to be human, but still wanting that distance from humanity. So he's like so close without actually getting there, but also it's so in service of like the scary factor of him. Let's look at his MVP. Kind of boring. It's just the drones come up and then he comes down and like, boom. Boom. Yeah, a little bit boring. Ultron can do so much better. Does he do better? I mean, I like the laser gun, the dark side ass fucking like laser. But then he does this weird fucking Skeletor evil villain pose. What about this one? That one's also a little bit boring. I like this one though. Like he assembles himself from a bunch of scrap. And then he comes to life Frankenstein style, and then he just turns his head slowly. Mwah. That is awesome. I really love that jolt of electricity that makes him like spaz out up a bit, and then he like wakes up and turns his head. That is really good. That is awesome. But yeah, none of the MVPs really do it for me. Let's see a sitting emote. Okay, but that's peak though. He's literally sitting like an evil supervillain, sitting on his throne. That is so Ultron. Got his legs crossed a little bit, resting his hand on his knee so he can hold it up all menacingly. like the fucking Redditor syndrome pose. Evil supervillain always gotta have the hand up like that. He's so campy in like the best way. I love it. I love it so much. I don't know what else to say. He's a good one. He's a good one. Where'd I put him? I think I gotta put him in... Do I put him in A? No, I feel like he doesn't have the sauce. He doesn't quite have the sauce. I feel like B. He doesn't quite have that oomph to him, right? It's clear that they had a vision and they did it. But like he doesn't have that oomph, right? You know what? I put fucking Magic here. I put Hulk here. You know what? Yeah, he can go in A tier. I think he's pretty good. It's the simple designs that are the easiest to like nail, right? That's why fucking Groot and Jeff are in S tier, because they're so simple. It's hard to fuck them up. Anyway, next one is Venom. Another like intro thing that just goes way too hard. He jumps down and then he does a big roar and the whole background turns red. Like, that is aura. There's a reason why that's his fucking lord icon, because that just goes so hard and it's so perfect for his character. How does that look animated? I haven't seen that animated. He just wiggles a little bit. Oh. See it again. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. Venom, you know you gotta do it. You know you gotta do it, Venom. You know you gotta do it. You gotta show the people what they want to see. You gotta show the people. You gotta show the people what they want to see, Venom. Anyway. Oh, Venom is so good. Venom is so good in this game. Again, it's a very simple design. It's very hard to fuck up, but like... Oh my god. Look at his... Dude, I have to say this. Let's go to Spider-Man again. Because this is the thing about Rivals' art style. You can clearly see on like his muscle definition that it's like they're very like hard edges. It's almost like it's carved out of stone, so to speak. Like they chipped away at it to create the shapes, and so they're very hard, very like geometric, right? You can see the straight lines, the hardness of the muscle definition. That's kind of like part of the Rivals art style. Most characters follow that, but they know when to break it. And they broke it with Venom because you can see on his muscles, they're like super smooth and like almost look like they're like instead of being carved from rock, they're like they're sculpted from clay. They're made of like rubber or something. They're very like smooth, very bumpy, which fits so well for a character like Venom. Not only because he's like made of like a symbiote, which is like this very like gloopy, slimy material, but also just because oh, my voice is cracking. My voice is cracking. My throat is being worn down a little bit. But like you can tell that they're very smooth, very like shiny, very rubbery. He's like oiled up, so to speak. Very much breaking the regular norm of the art style in service of the character. I mean, look at this. The fucking muscle definition caves in on itself. It isn't just carved from rock. They're literally like the muscles have been individually sculpted out of clay and then put together. Like look at you can see each tendon fucking wrapping around each other. His muscles are bulging more than the Hulk. The muscle definition is so... Like, honestly, huge props to the fucking, the character designers and the fucking sculptors, the 3D modelers that worked on Rivals, because this is like impressive work, genuinely so impressive. All the detail, all the roughness, all the muscle definition, it's so good. Not to mention just his general shape. Like, again, they do that huge, like, triangle-shaped body where he's got this snatched little waist and, like, big, wide shoulders with, like, huge, like, trapeze muscles around his neck. It's like he has 2 necks, one down here and one up here. And then his tiny little head that just makes the rest of his body look bigger by comparison. But despite his like upper body being the focal point, even his legs aren't like minimized due to it. He still has bulging like thigh muscles and fucking calf muscles. Not to mention the grippers. The grippers, dude. Individually modeled toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he has all 5 of them. And the fucking extra like animated like squigglies they added to his shoulders. Just to give him more flowiness, more movement. And he's even dripping. He's dripping. Got dripping effects on his arms. And on his fucking head. It's so good. It's so good. And his mouth, how it wraps all the way around his head. And his teeth being so uneven and like they're coming out of all sides. Like his head like basically splits in half. And then his tongue comes out and it's so it's a tongue. Oh my god. Like, they clearly know the appeal of Venom. Part of the appeal of Venom is just how he's just this really oiled up, like, monstrous man. Like, they designed Venom here with monster fuckers in mind. Like, these, like, you don't sculpt an ass like that without the monster fuckers in mind. You don't give him this tongue for like the regular like gamers. This is for the monster fuckers. And I love the shape of his the flow of his like his body. Like, he's so hunched over, but then like his neck extends so far, and like there's this nice curve to it from the neck all the way down to the base of his spine. He's got a nice hunch. It's not as nice when he's standing up more correctly, but even his bulge is nicely sculpted. Like, they knew. They knew. I don't have much else to say about him because he's just a guy. He's just this blob of black ink in the shape of a very, very muscular man. With the sharp claws on both his fingers and his toes, which I think is a really nice detail. Really making him look monstrous. Of course, he's got the Venom symbol, which, you know, Venom fans will complain, that's actually the wrong Venom symbol. That is Mac Gargan's Venom, not Eddie Brock's Venom. And like, I don't care. It's the least interesting part of his design. They could have put whatever on there and I wouldn't have cared, because like that's not like the focus on the design is like the sheer mass of his body and that fucking tongue. And again, I am begging NetEase to make a Venom skin where it's like mostly Eddie. Please give him a Hellfire Gala skin this year where it's just Eddie wearing Venom as like a suit. I would pay good money for that. It's like, Exactly what I want. Like, we all remember the fucking casino scene in Venom 3, where, like, Venom and Eddie went to the casino, and fucking Venom disguised himself as a tuxedo. That's the kind of skin that I want for, like, a Hellfire Gala look for him. It will look so sick. We can look at his Cosmic Invasion skin, because, like, here, oh look, he has the proper logo. Look at that, but he's all pixelated, because, like, it's based on Cosmic Invasion. But yeah, I don't have much else to say about Venom as a design. Like, I've covered everything I need to cover. It's a very simple but a very effective design. Very appealing to the people that are into this. Let's look at his MVP. It's perfect. It's better than Spider-Man's MVP. Even though it's kind of the exact same thing. Like, he interacts with the camera for a second, and then he does a jump and a swing. But, like, this is a lot better for him as a character, because he's, like... His fucking symbiote wrapping around his arm, and then he glances at the camera with his tongue swirling around. And then he does a jump, and then it is fucking slashed towards the camera with this big old grin on his face, his tongue flying in the wind. They knew what they were doing with this one. His grippers are out for free. You can see a full foot over here. I gotta give this design an S tier. Like, this is genuinely peak. They knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, I know that it's hard to mess up Venom. Like, they didn't innovate or anything. It's not like they did any innovation with the design. It's just such a hard design to mess up just because of how simple it is. He's sitting kind of generically. He doesn't really emote that much. But that's fine, because we have this. Yeah, honestly, I gotta... I want to put it in S tier. I want to put... I'm putting it in S tier. Alright, final two. Hold on, I need to go back to my... Actually, I'm gonna... There we go. Put it on random costume rotation. I don't even play Venom that much. Anyway, Bucky. Okay, that lagged a little bit. Can we run it back? Can we run it back? All right. Pretty good. I need to go to the bathroom, actually. I'll be right back. I will be right back. We only have 2 characters left, so even though I'm streaming more than an hour extra, it's just because I want to get done with it. But I'll be right back. What? I'm back. Ugh, I'm getting hungry. Maybe I should end stream soon. But we still have 2 more characters. It's only 2 more characters. I can do this. Ah! Bucky. James Buchanan Barnes. James Buchanan Barnes. Everybody wants to rule the world. Seems like he usually wears a lot of black. Very striking. Very military. Like, this is the military guy. This is the guy that makes sense to be all decked out in military gear. I don't know what's wrong with me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know what's wrong with me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, usually he just wears like black tactical gear. And it's got like an eye mask on. Everyone who hates me, all my favorite songs are slow and sad. All my favorite people make me mad, so mad. Everything that feels so good is bad. What the fuck is happening here? Why the fuck is there a Captain fucking Punisher America over here? Interesting. But yeah, he usually wears black or like a dark blue. He does have a lot of like military-looking straps and pouches. So I guess a military look does work for him. I do like that they made him green though, because it makes him stand out. I feel like green isn't that much of a common color within superheroes. Mostly because green as a color, at least in terms of like superhero media, is often associated with villains. You got the Green Goblin, you got the Lizard is green, Electro got green on him, Doctor Doom wears green. Green is often associated with like evil. Usually because it represents like in terms of evil, it represents like corruption or like decay. Though in this context, when it's this like muted olive green, it's very much like a military type of look, which works for the Winter Soldier. But also, you know, green being associated with like villainous characters in comics definitely makes it very interesting.
Please Addy comments I just followed.
It's the third time this stream that we got a weird name like that coming in. I feel like something suspicious is going on. It's very suspicious. Oh yeah, definitely suspicious. These accounts have been created account created 13 minutes ago. Okay, well whoever's making all these whoever's making all these accounts to try to get a reaction out of me, could you please stop? I'm not joking around. Please stop. It's not funny. I don't find it funny. If I had the tech savviness to like trace the IP of the accounts and find out who's doing it, I'd give you like a week ban. So fucking stop. Mods ban on these accounts. Anyway, Winter Soldier. Fuck, that's just distracted me. Yeah, the green. It's like military, but also it's like very much associated with evil in terms of comics. It kind of gives me Hydra vibes, you know? I also like the vest that they gave him. This like thick vest with like fur lining inside. I don't know, I just think it's funny because it's like the Winter Soldier, so he wears like a winter jacket on top. I think that's funny. I don't know if that was the intention, but that's how I read it. And I think that's funny. Also, I just like jackets on character designs like this. And the shirt he wears underneath is relatively simple compared to like other characters, like Star-Lord. Like even though they wanted to focus on the jacket, it seems like they wanted to focus on like the coat. Like the shirt underneath is just too like detailed. Like it literally has like muscle definition on it and like a symbol, which kind of takes your eyes away from like the coat, which is like feels like that should be the focal point. So I think Bucky did that a lot better with having a very plain like shirt underneath and then the jacket on top, and then putting most of the focus on like the arm, because like the rest of the design is so muted. Meanwhile, the arm is like so bright. Like your eyes immediately go towards it. Even the fact that he wears a mask, like it makes his face blend in more with his suit, which makes your eyes not immediately go towards his face. It goes towards the arm. With the bright red star on it, which the red is incorporated a little bit throughout the rest of the design, but like it's very prominent here, which is, you know, makes for a very striking look. Kind of makes me wish. No, I think the red is very well incorporated. Just a little bit here on the side and on the shoulder pads. The only place I think they could have added a little bit more red just to make it more cohesive is like maybe somewhere on the mask, like on these red circles on the side. The same way there's like red on the circles on this pouch. Could it work? Otherwise, he's just kind of wearing like military, like attire, like the pants with all the like with all the straps and like pouches and tactical knee pads and combat boots with all the straps on them. He does give off the vibe of like a very like serious soldier. Like he goes in to get the job done, but like kind of like a veteran. Like he doesn't do it anymore. Like he's very casual about it because he just puts on a t-shirt and like a jacket and he goes out. Like he looks a little bit like relaxed about it. Like he doesn't want to do it anymore. He just does it because it's his job. It's kind of what I wish Hawkeye was, you know? Like he dresses, yeah, like he takes his job like seriously, but like he's chill about it, if that makes sense. Those feel like those are, feels like an oxymoron, but you know, you know what I'm trying to say. Like he gives off the vibe of like he takes the mission seriously, but he doesn't take himself seriously, if that makes sense. But he still has that intense look in his eyes. He's got the mask covering his face and a scar over his eyes. You can tell that he's been through some stuff. Ugh, I hate how the fucking arm opens. I mean, it's cool. It's cool animation, but like it kind of triggers my trypophobia. I look at it and all I can imagine if what is my own fleshy arm opened up like that, and it's like, hate it. I mean, it kind of feels like they want him to seem more like the chill guy, you know? Like he looks so nonchalant in a way. I don't know. I'm not quite sure if that fully fits Bucky. I know it fits him, like in, for example, the Thunderbolts movie. I haven't seen all of the Marvel movies, so I don't quite remember how he was in the the Winter Soldier movie. But like this feels like a Winter Soldier that's like he's over all the trauma and now he's just sort of doing his duty as the Winter Soldier. Like he's accepted his position in the world and now he's just doing the job for the name, in the name of justice, right? But like because he's, you know, still has all that trauma, he's not like a Captain America type, like that to stand tall and be a symbol. He's more just like there, you know. Like this looks like the way he stands. It's almost as if they are at like some sort of conference, and like he's standing next to Captain America, as Captain America is standing there like back straight, looking at the audience, waving, and then he's just standing there like doesn't know how to like to compose himself in such a situation. So he just sort of looks down slightly, his eyes dart around a little bit, he's just kind of standing there. He's accepted his role as like Captain America's sidekick, essentially. Here's a Thunderbolt version, which again, very similar, like in vibe. Like it's a very like casual kind of look. Like a Bucky who's like who has dealt with all this trauma and has now just accepted his place in the superhero world as this like broken Captain America, so to speak, where he does stand for truth and justice, but he just does it in a different way. You know what I'm trying to say. Oh, I don't like that. What? That's weird. That's a weird coloring thing. Oh my god, Winter Soldier! He's so icy! But yeah, I don't have much else to say about the Winter Soldier, really. Bucky. Look at his MVP. I forgot to switch back to this guy. Not that interesting. He just retracts his fucking tentacles from his arm and then turns around to aim the gun. I wish there was a better place for me to look at the tentacles. Let's see him sit. Oh, I like that. He keeps like fidgeting with his hand. Like he keeps like placing it differently. It's like he's not fully comfortable with it. I like that. That's a nice detail. He can't quite sit still. But I do feel like he should be sitting more like how Hawkeye sits, like hunched over and just sort of like sitting there all serious. This feels a little bit more like chill and relaxed, you know? A little more nonchalant. This is the only place I think I can actually get a good look at how his Hold on. Actually, if I... Hold on. Let me open to the practice range real quick. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Wait, I need my keyboard. I need my proper keyboard. Shit, I'm gonna have to unplug the camera temporarily. So I can have my proper keyboard going. It's gonna still show the image. Oh wow, this is taking a while. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why did the game freeze like this? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Why? What happened? No. No. Oh, the game crashed. The game crashed. Oh. Whoops. Game crashed. One moment. Whoopsie doodle. How'd that happen? Now the game's lagging a little bit. I didn't expect the game to crash like that. I was just jumping into the practice range. That was weird. Uh-oh. Why is everything like this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why is it like this? Uh-oh. Oh, not great, not great, not great, not great. Uh-oh, I think... Oh no, something's wrong. Fuck, do I have to end the stream? This is not it's not working. Something is wrong with the game. Well, that's really unfortunate. Oh, wait, here we go. Okay, we're fine, I guess. Oof. Scared me for a second. Now can I go into the practice range? Please? Let's see if it works this time. Yes, it seems to be working this time. Whew, that scared the shit out of me. Anyway, I just wanna... Where is Winter Soldier? I just want to use my ult so I can see the tentacles on the arm. Because do you see the shape of them? They're actually shaped like actual like octopus tentacles with like the little diamond-shaped ends. And I really like that. That's a really nice detail. It's like an actual like kraken. Like the fucking name of the ult implies. You see that, right? The like squid tentacle shapes. This is fun. Now I'm just having fun. I'm not even looking at the tentacles. I'm trying to hit the actual robots. But you can see the tentacles. And how tentacly they actually are. No, not exit to desktop, just leave game. But that's all I wanted to see. Well, I wanted to show off. I really like the tentacle, the actual tentacle shape of the tentacles. That's the best way to actually show it off. Anyway, now we can go back here and actually put him in, I'm gonna put him in, you know, I'm gonna put him in C tier. Cause like, yeah, they knew what they were doing. They did something really... They definitely succeeded with the vibe they were going for, but, you know, the vibe they were going for wasn't really, innovative in any notable way, at least. So, anyway. Go back to Bucky. And now, last but not least, certainly not least, Wolverine. Again, I'm not an X-Men fan, so I don't have too much to say about Wolverine. Not really. I like his posture. I like how he's shaped. I like how he's almost built like a tank, but because he's so small, he isn't tank-like at all. Like his chest, it's not even like a very like triangular shaped chest. The jacket gives him very much like a square look. And he stands so hunched over that like his head like is barely like coming out at the top. He's very like hunched, which I really like. He's so hairy as well. That's a really nice touch. Not many of them are hairy. I just wish that the hair was you can tell that it's like a 2D texture on his model. I wish that there was like 3D, like some 3D effects. Like they sometimes do with the hair, they have some random strands coming out. I wish that they had that on the arms as well. Nice X logo on the back, so that you have something to look at when you're playing him. This is a very casual Wolverine. Looks like he's just wearing a tank top with some jeans. Got a belt with a W on it because he's Wolverine. And he just has some boots and some and a X-Men jacket on. I'm sure Wolverine fans aren't a huge fan of this, but like I don't mind it because like sometimes he's an X-Men, sometimes he's by himself. I really do like his recolor in that sense because it's like this is actually just like solo Wolverine. Like no X-Men colors, just very like grounded. This is solo Wolverine. I like his recolor quite a lot. But his default where he's just like almost cosplaying an X-Men, yeah, I understand why X-Men fans don't like it. But it does a lot for his character to show that like he is very much an independent guy. He likes being by himself, but like he remains loyal to the X-Men, like always. He still wears a jacket with like his suit on it, with the stripes on the side and the X branding, but like he's still just Logan. He's by himself. The boots look a little tacky, I think. Why are they so white? Why do they have this weird like shape to them? That's a little bit weird. I feel like combat boots would have worked better. I like the dog tag with Logan on it to show that he's been in the military. So the shape of his like hair, it looks so wild. Especially the like sideburns that like stick out at all sides. I feel like he's a little too well groomed here in the front. Like in the back, it's very wild, but like in the front, he's got these two little arches in the front and that look a little bit weird. I feel like should have something more like this, like the patch hairstyle, where it just sticks up. I know that he has the gimmick in the game where like when you build up a range meter, it sticks up, but I feel like it's not. It's too calm. But yeah, it's a pretty cool. It's pretty decent look for him. I like the bulkiness of him. Like you can tell from his proportions that he's clearly like a short guy, but like he is wide. He is bulky. He's short, but he's bulky. He's feisty. Very aggressive. Very hunched. Very bulky shoulders. No ass though. You can tell just by looking at him that he's not a guy you should mess with. He's a very aggressive little man. And strong. But, like, he's dressing, like, real casually. And with the colors and symbols of the X-Men, so you know you can trust him. You know he's a hero deep down. Even if he's not a guy you want to be on the... You don't want to be on the business end of his claws. Yeah, I don't have too much to say about... Oh, I didn't mean to equip, I meant to inspect. It looks a little goofy with the hair sticking up. A little bit Super Saiyan-y. But it's a good MVP. He's running, he takes out his claws. And then he jumps and... he slices. Pretty good. Okay, that lagged a lot, but... I think the final frame on this one is a lot better. Because he does the slice, the jump slice. Like right in front of you. Even the way it plays 3 times for emphasis is also really cool. Oh, this one's also great, holy shit. Like, he comes out of the shadows, and then he just slice, 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 and then boom, down. That's actually really good. Yeah, pretty much how I expected him to sit. He even takes out his claws a little bit. That's a very Wolverine thing to do. Yeah, we didn't really end on a high note with this one. Because I don't really have much to say about Wolverine. It's an interesting take. I can definitely, like, read his character just based on his look. But there are certain things that are a little, like, weird. Specifically with the hair. And the boots are a little bit weird and out of place with the rest of the design. I hope we do get a more classic look for him, because, like, yeah, this is technically his classic suit, but it's, like, from Deadpool and Wolverine, so it's not exactly the same. Also, that doesn't even show his hair going up. Anyway. I guess I could go over here and fucking Wolverine. James Howlett. Bird 616. Could take a look at what he usually looks like. I mean, obviously he has a suit on, but... But, like, a more casual Wolverine, what does that usually look like? Like, yeah, he just wears jeans and a shirt with a jacket on top. Like, yeah. I'd say it works as a cool default look for Wolverine, but I completely understand the people that wish that he had his suit on. Even if the jacket is meant to, like, replicate the suit, I know it's definitely not the same. So I totally understand people that want to see the suit. Well, that's just Hugh Jackman. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to put Wolverine in like C tier. Because I can tell what they're trying to do. But, you know, it's not really something people would want to see from him traditionally. But yeah, that's the tier list. Let me just let me go close the game real quick. And we can take a little bit of time to like fully organize the tier list. Now that I have a good view of what it looks like. Now that I don't have to worry about also sharing the screen of the anything else, I can do this so you can see better. There you go. So yeah. Um I actually feel like I want to put Human Torch and Invis down here. I feel like their suits are a little bit weaker than Reed's and things. But they just kind of look like that because they have to fit in with those two. And I want to put Thing like up here actually. I'm gonna put Doctor Strange down in C as well. Because I'm really not feeling him. But yeah, I think this is good. Actually, I'm gonna put Cloak and Daggers down here. Thinking about it, I'm putting Cloak and Dagger down here. No, never mind. They didn't completely fuck them up. They did completely fuck up Star-Lord, though. I'm gonna put Star-Lord down here, unfortunately. I just feel like he has to be. But yeah, I think this is good. I think this is how I want it. Finally, we can end the stream. Ugh. After several weeks, we finally finished the tier list. Took like almost a month. But now we're done. And I will remember to put the tier list on Twitter and on the Discord. But for now, we can look for someone to raid. Ugh, I have to drink some water. I have no idea when the ads will be playing. I usually don't stream this long. Holy smokes. This is a long stream. I haven't streamed this long in a good while. We can go find someone to raid. Who should we raid? Let's see who's streaming right now. Who's streaming? Sunday is streaming. Sunday. We raid Sunday. I don't care. I want to raid Sunday. She just started 5 minutes ago. So we raid Sunday. Gonna put a little raid message in chat for you guys. What the fuck? Why? That's weird. Anyway. I think something weird happened when I started stream. Strange. Anyway, we're just gonna go find that goober and we're gonna start the raid. Wow, blah, wee, wah. Stretch. Whew. And I'll put the rock for you guys too. But oh my goodness, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for being here and hanging out with me today. I really hope you enjoyed. We finally finished yapping about all the character designs and Marvel Rivals. We might come back to it in like a year when there's a lot more characters, but we'll see about that. That's definitely going to be a while from now. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is for you. I'll be back again tomorrow with some Deadlock. So I hope you all are looking forward to that. Also, Deadlock might be the next thing that I do character design yap sessions about. So look forward to that. But next week, I'm gonna have to take a break from it. Because it really fucks up my throat. But regardless, remember to eat food, drink water, take care of yourself, take your meds if you have them, if you need them. And I'll see you all back again tomorrow with some Deadlock. Remember to copy the raid message and say hello to Sunday during the raid. And yeah, hope to see you all back again next time. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. 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 Goodbye. Bye-bye.